You are watching Co-op for Two. We're continuing our playthrough of Gumshoe, the hard-boiled detective in the 30s. We're on day 2 now. So before we get into the introduction to the day 2 case, I want to remind you that there's a day 1 playthrough and a full unboxing and discussion of the game. You should watch those 2 videos first. There's no reason you would be starting here. And I'm going to skip over an explanation of most of this stuff. So obviously start there. Secondly, I did want to read as a sort of a prologue to day 2. I want to read a day 1 little end thing that we didn't record in the live playthrough of day 1 because we only we recorded and played through the first playthrough of day 1. But in the game, you may have to go back if you're just playing it solo and play through it again to unlock some things that you didn't have time to do on day 1. So we are going to, you and I went through after I finished playing, I made lots of notes and I tried to uncover a little bit of a few of the tie up some of the loose ends. Nothing important except for this one little one that I wanted to read to you. So, and it also demonstrates a nice feature of the game that's a little unusual. So one of the leads we followed when we went back to the house, the mansion, the Scott Hayes mansion where the murders occurred, there was an opportunity to follow Roland, the chauffeur, in his car. And we did that, which took us to clue 362 at some point. Sorry, not 362. We started off following. Okay, so we followed the woman, and we followed Roland, and then he dropped her off at he picked up a woman. He dropped her off at her secondary location, if you remember, and then he left. And we originally chose to follow him, and then we lost him eventually. So here's what happens if instead you make a different choice. I know there was I was going to read you the clue that came before that. So it started, maybe it will, it starts at 261. So clue 261, let's see if that's right. 261. So we follow him. No, that's not it. Okay. No. $364. Okay, here's it's 361. Okay, so sorry. So we went back to the mansion. We were staking it out. We found the black Marmon of Roland, the chauffeur, driving out. We had a chance to follow him. So we chose to follow him, which brought us to 378. Okay. 378, we're following him. He goes, it's a long paragraph. He picks up a woman from her house. He drives her to a new house. I watch as the woman gets out. She opens the back door and removes the suitcase from the back seat. Without a word to Roland, she closes both doors and walks away from the car. Roland immediately pulls away from the curb and heads down Powell towards Market Street. The woman enters a doorway marked only with the numbers 152. If you want to go follow Roland, go here. If you want to follow the woman, go here. Okay, so we followed Roland. Now, if we had followed the woman, we'd go to this clue, which I'm gonna read you these next few clues, and then we'll get started with day 2. I quietly close the door to 152 Powell behind me and face a steep, dingy stairway. I grab the grimy handrail and climb to the top of the stairs and find myself in a narrow and dingy hallway. Lining the hallway are doors with frosted glass windows, their painted black numbers barely visible through the layers of dust and dirt that cover them. The door directly across from me at the top of the stairs is labeled Building Manager. I try the knob and the door opens. I enter an office and that continues the dingy and grimy motif of the hallway. The small office contains a desk behind which sits a large man in a suit two sizes too small. His feet are on the desk and his large chair is doing service as a recliner. The man's eyes are shut and he is breathing heavily. I rap my knuckles on the grimy glass. Yeah? What do you want? I can't tell if his eyes is opened. The office is so dimly lit it would make little difference. I'm looking for a friend. She came into this building a few minutes ago. Raven black hair, pale skin, large red lips. Know her? Yeah. Where can I find her? Room 101, the front office at the end of the hall. What does she do? I thought you said you was your friend. I lied. I put a dollar bill from my pocket and snap it a few times between my hands. I know his ears are working. She rented the office yesterday. Said her name was Alice Smith. Said she was an interior decorator. Said she would be opening an office in the next week. Paid cash for a week's rent. Thanks. I let the dollar fall to his desk and shut the door. I walk down the hall and stop at the door labeled 101. I can hear someone moving around inside. I decide not to show my hand at this time, so I move away from the door and back down the stairs. Time 30 minutes. If you wish to keep the office under surveillance, go to 198. Okay, so let's assume we want to keep the office under surveillance, so we go to 198. I've been standing across from 152 Powell for 2 hours. No one has entered or left the building. I can see my raven-haired prey sitting in the front of the window. She doesn't seem to be doing anything but staring out the window. Time 2 hours, so another 2 hours. 4 hours have gone by. If you wish to keep the office under surveillance, go to crew 205. Okay, so we went to 205. Another couple of hours pass. The only activity consists of the building manager leaving. He comes down the stairs, gives a big stretch and a yawn, and walks across the street into the bar at Herbert's Hotel. Nothing like a drink after a hard day's work. Time 2 hours. If you wish to keep the office under surveillance, go to crew 369. So now 6 hours have passed if you followed this route. It's almost your full day. So we go to 369. I've just lit a cigarette and readjusted my back, hoping to find a more comfortable group of bricks, when 2 black cars pull to a stop in front of me. The doors fling open in unison and men start pouring out. Men that I recognize. Police. The 3 plainclothes officers from the first car run back to the second car, where 3 men jump out of the back seat and join the others. Only 2 of the men from the second car are police. I've done enough bodyguard work to know that the second man out of the second car is being guarded by 5 policemen. Don't know who the VIP is, but he must be someone important, since one of the cops is Captain McCabe. McCabe gives the area the once-over as the others rush the man into the Herbert Hotel. McCabe's eyes meet mine, but if he recognizes me, he doesn't show it. After everyone is inside, the cars pull away. Quite a show. Wonder what it's about. The sun is low in the sky and the street lights have come on, but the office at 152 Powell Street remains dark. I can see that my prey is still there. I can see her dark form standing by the window, the glow of her cigarette growing alternately brighter and dimmer like a lighthouse beacon. I'm just about to move to the diner on the corner when, from around the corner, comes the black Marmon. It pulls to a stop across the street from me. Roland is at the wheel. Seated next to him is a large man whose features are lost in the shadows. In a moment, the woman exits 152 and gets into the back seat. I dodge a cable car, which for a moment blocks my view of the Marmon, and make my way across Powell to my car. The Marmon is pulling away from the curb as I pull myself behind my wheel and start my engine. It's not hard keeping the Marmon in sight once we're on Market Street heading towards Twin Peaks. The Marmon turns right onto Dubose with me on its tail. It speeds up Dubose for a few blocks and then turns sharply onto Walter, where it stops immediately. I continue on past the Marmon and pull up into the driveway of one of the darkened houses in the middle of the block. I decide to chance it and leave the car in the drive while I back down the block and see what I can see. Walter Street is a block of two-story single-family houses, mostly built before the earthquake. As I cross the street, Roland and the woman are getting out of the Marmon. There's no sign of the other man that I saw on Powell Street. I pull my hat down over my eyes and walk towards them. I wish I had a dog with me so I didn't feel so conspicuous, but they pay me no attention. I stop to light a cigarette and eavesdrop on their conversation. I'm going to take the car back. I'll see you sometime tomorrow night. Roland walks halfway up the walk with her. They stop and he gives her a kiss of familiarity, not of passion, on the cheek. Roland heads back to the Marmon as the woman moves up the walk to number 10 Walter. Before getting in the car, Roland calls out, "Opal, call Al and fill him in. Talk to you later." The woman enters the house and Roland starts up the Marmon. So, and then if we want to follow Roland, we can. And if we follow him, and that sets our clock to 8 p.m., so it's evening. So we started off before noon, and we get to there at the end of the day. And if we follow Roland a bit more, we see nothing. He basically, I follow Roland back to the Hayes estate. He puts the Marmon into the garage and goes up to his room, 45 minutes. And then if we want to keep the estate under surveillance, still, we go to 380. And 380 says, I've been cooling my heels outside the Hayes estate for an hour while nothing has happened. Time 1 hour. So an alternate path for day one, if you were playing with multiple detectives, you might have sent someone on that path to stake out and trail people. And it basically eats up the entire day for that detective. They left before noon and they end at 9 p.m. having trailed these people and staked out places. But you do discover some great information. You discover the final house where they live, which is at 10 Walter Street. And you see some interesting scene with this Captain McCabe and some VIP going into the Herbert Hotel. And that's all, you could easily, your group, or you could easily have played day one and never revealed that. But the game, it's fair play in the game to take multiple detectives or play the day more than once, so it's completely fair for us to have gone back and learned that information, which is a good time to show you the notes I wrote up. And I'm going to put some of these on the screen for a bit. You might want to screenshot these if you want to play along for the next 9 cases. So let me just show you them. Okay, so here are my notes. Let me show you what I started to do. I just made an entry for day one notes, and I guess ideally one would do this for each of the days. Here's the introduction, the double murder. I wrote about Scott Hayes and Harold Blackie Howard. Those are 2 murder victims. I'm not going to read all of this. A little bit about the murders. They were both shot as a professional hit, we think. We know that the chauffeur, whose name is Roland Jones, is actually real name Ottavio Milani. We got that from a fingerprint and then looking him up in the DMV. We eventually tracked down his girlfriend or partner. We don't really know if it's his girlfriend. We know he said it was his girlfriend at some point, but Opal Kennedy, we know she's involved. Her prints are all over the place. She reserved that fake office. We found the house that they were staying at. I'm calling it a safe house, but they're sort of planning house. And we found the fingerprints of Roland, a.k.a. Ottavio, and Opal, and 2 other unknown fingerprints, which when we tracked down to the FBI belonged to professional hitmen that are unidentified. Some details of the killings. Each person was shot with 2 bullets, 1 bullet from each gun, a 38 and a 45. We've got some ballistics reports that tell us a little bit about those guns. I just wrote a section of the different fingerprints we pulled up. We also found a piece of black cloth near the wall where someone jumped over. We don't know anything about it. Miscellaneous information. One of the informants gave us a list of 4 names that they think might be involved. One is a mob boss, Frank Mirabelli. One is the lawyer or the lawyer's father, we're not sure. And then 2 people who don't know who they are, but we did find their addresses in the phone book. We know Scott Hayes was threatened, that's why he had us on the case, but he didn't know how serious, but he was threatened over the horse. We eventually did talk to the jockey of the horse, which I'm not sure if I did on camera or afterwards when I was tracing down some lost leads. But basically the jockey's a really nice guy, Ruiz Romeo, and he says he was threatened to throw a race and he refused, and his boss Scott Hayes and he were both in agreement that they were just going to do the right thing. Okay, let's see what else. We narrowed down the murder between 2 and 3 a.m. based on the autopsy report and the notebook of our detective. We did note that when we talked to the friend of Scott Hayes, he said he noticed a dark green car following them back. We think that's the detective's car, but I just want to, I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not writing it down. Then I made a list of all persons of interest, including that last paragraph we read about the large man in the passenger seat and this person, Al, that we just heard Roland say to Opal, fill Al in, so he's obviously involved in this somewhere. We've got some other persons of interest, the son, Bill Hayes, Vera Roberts, the maid, Tom Fitzgerald, the labor negotiator, Duncan Ferguson, that was the friend of Scott Hayes that drove him home, Romeo Ruiz, that's the jockey, Vern Dillon was a manager at the ranch, Captain McCabe, that's the person that we saw escorting the VIP. Then some of the cars we saw, the Black Marmon driven by Roland, the mystery dark green, which we think was Howard Blackie, the detective's car. There's mention of a yellow Cadillac in the garage at Scott Hayes' house that we never heard from again. 1932 Essex Coupe, that might be the dark green. And then there was another black Cadillac that Duncan Ferguson drove Scott Hayes home in. A couple of locations that were mentioned that we didn't go to, the Maltese Club, the Herbert Hotel, the rented front. I guess to add to that, we might put down 12 Walter Street, the final house that we trailed them to. Some notes from the lab reports, nothing that interesting except for one of the guns. We think the ballistics lab report said it's a 38 Smith and Wesson with a 6-inch barrel. Then a couple of other, I made a note of newspaper stories that seemed like maybe they're going to weren't relevant for us, but seemed a little suspicious. Some other notes, a summary of the questions that we got asked in the book. And then I made a little printout of the informants that were described in Clue 117 and their locations, just so we could more easily reference it. Remember, we had to actually figure out where most of these people were. Like we were told Nick Lucas hangs out at a gym, so we looked up the gym, that gave us the address. So these addresses might come up in further clue points for the day. So there are my notes, and you saw them there, and I printed them out somewhere, which I'll have to find because I will need at some point. Not in front of me, and it's not here. Okay, well, I'll find it later. Those are autopsy and that. Okay, so now let's take a look at well, I guess we read the case first. No, I'm going to do the newspaper first because I'm not going to read it all to you this time the way I have been doing. Instead, I'm going to let you see it and screenshot it and just give you the highlights of articles that I think are useful. So we're on July 4th. let's see, there's celebrations in the city for the 4th of July. A note on 2 killed in a brawl. 2 men were dead and 3rd wounded. 2 men were dead and a 3rd wounded is under arrest at a 4th of July drinking party. San Francisco man dies in a rock slide. Man injured in mystery accident. This is interesting. It says, falling from an automobile to Bayshore Highway, Joseph Bruno, 28, East Palo Alto, was brought to Community Hospital in San Mateo for the 2nd time within 4 months for treatment following peculiar mishaps. Bruno was treated at the hospital 4 months ago for cuts suffered when his head was thrust through a windshield. So someone's getting beaten up for something. More celebrations of the city. We have a sea captain who's missing. He's a Union. He failed to... Oh, yeah, this might be important for us. Morris Ziegler, retired ship's captain and member of the Seamen's Union, was reported missing yesterday after Union officials became concerned when he failed to appear for elections in which he was a candidate for Union treasurer. Police say he was last seen Sunday, July 1st. The Union, now itself caught up in the current troubles on the Embarcadero, chose Oliver Kehoe as treasurer in Ziegler's absence, since Union rules forbid a local from electing any candidate to office who is not present at the election meeting. According to Matt Jorgensen, 39, a first-class merchant seaman, Ziegler was the only candidate and was the clear choice of local president Frank Schuler. So it sounds like maybe someone disappeared, the guy who was going to win treasurer. Then there's a story here that could be relevant for us. Love Market links Denver prominence. Denver, July 3rd. Denver's midsummer love market scandal, a story that has already resulted in filing of criminal charges against 8 men and 1 woman, following the discovery of a 15-year-old runaway schoolgirl in an asserted disorderly house, spread today to include the names of more prominent men and several married women. The girl, whose disappearance and discovery 2 weeks ago later in the home of Mrs. Vera Brownie Brinkerhoff, buxom 35-year-old divorcee, precipitated the scandal. Revealed to District Attorney Earl O. Wettengill the names of men she said had visited her while she was an inmate of the Love Market. Charges brought. As a result, charges were filed against Mrs. Brinkerhoff, Simon A. Sherlock Holmes of Detroit, a traveling salesman, Don W. Main, a public service company clerk, Carl Meyer, Denver mortician, George Simpson Jr., Denver manufacturer, John Richardson, a garage owner, Charles Manship, a businessman, John Wells, 18-year-old university student, and Tommy Romolo, part owner of a North Denver nightclub. This all happened in Denver. Arrest of Holmes in Los Angeles led to strife between the district attorney officer and that of Undersheriff J.J. Vic Roy. Wettengill holds warrants for Holmes, but has no funds with which to send a deputy to return him. Vic Roy has the funds, but no warrant. Wettengill charged Vic Roy with attempting to block the investigation. Account books found in Mrs. Brinkerhoff's house when it was raided assertedly contained the names of many Denver men prominent in the business and political life of the city. 2 members of the city council were said to be on the list. Investigators for the district attorney office declared that at least 8 married women were on the list. Okay, then we've got another entry that might be useful. Oh, here's an entry about yesterday's case. Police have not yet broken the case of the murder of Mr. Scott Hayes, 68, of 34 Scenic Way, chairman of the board of the Hayes Emporium. In the early morning of July 3rd, the family chauffeur, Roland Jones, who resides in a room in the Hayes mansion, said, "I just saw the light on in the study when I came in after parking the car. I was surprised that Mr. Hayes was still up at 4 o'clock since he wanted me to take him out to the ranch at 7. I stopped by to see if he would be needing me and found him just lying there." Jones would not describe the scene, he said, because he wanted to forget it as soon as possible. "Oh, he was dead all right. It was horrible. Blood everywhere. All I could do was call the cops." According to police sources, Mr. Howard Black, an operative of the Continental Detective Agency of San Francisco and other cities, was also found shot to death in a car parked in the driveway of the home. They reported that Black had been retained to protect the late Mr. Hayes by the Emporium's lawyer, T.C. Van Ness, Jr. Mr. Van Ness could not be reached for an interview. The Continental Detective Agency refused to comment on the murders, but confirmed that Mr. Black was working on the case at the time of his death. The police were unwilling to discuss the case, but said they were making thorough search for physical evidence at the scene of the crime. They were unable to provide a description of suspects or any clue as to possible motives for the horrible slayings. All right. Then we've got another article about union troubles. Another little festival. An item here about Walter Winchell on Broadway. A note on an officer shot by Babyface Nelson, George Babyface Nelson from John Dillinger's gang in Chicago. An article on Marie Curie's funeral. An obit for our guy Scott Hayes, who died yesterday. Let's read that. Scott Albert Sidney Hayes, dead at 66. Scott Albert Sidney Hayes died July 3rd, 1934 at Baker Beach Mansion, his home in San Francisco. Hayes came to the United States from Scotland in 1882 at the age of 16. After working in the weaving industry in New York for several years, he made his way to San Francisco by 1890. He immediately set out to realize his dream of a great store devoted to fashion. Hayes drew heavily on his earliest experiences in the Scottish linen manufacturing center of Paisley, home of such major firms in the thread industry as J&P Coates and Clark & Company. Gradually, his little shop on Sutter Street grew into a successful enterprise, but it was destroyed in the 1906 fire. He was one of the first merchants to commit himself to a complete rebuilding, and at his new Market Street location soon rose a landmark to all San Franciscans, the Hayes Emporium. In 1931, Hayes relinquished the reins of the company to his only son and became chairman of the board. He devoted the past several years to his extensive stable of horses on his 800-acre ranch in San Mateo, named for his birthplace, Paisley. Scott A.S. Hayes was a member of the Maltese Club and the Caledonian Society. He was a past president of the Dry Goods Association. Hayes is survived by his son, Wilhelm Egbert Hayes, the current president of the Hayes Emporium, who resides on Russian Hill at 1023 Broadway. Funeral services will be held Thursday at All Saints Episcopal Church beginning at 11 a.m. Interment will be in a public ceremony at the family crypt, which is the resting place of his beloved wife, Mrs. Wilhelmina Marie Schmidt Hayes, who died in the great influenza epidemic of 1919. I've started so I'm making little marks on the newspapers or books with the red pen, sort of tentative marks. It is an erasable pen, but I've decided to just forgo any worrying about this. If I'm playing this enough that I'm just going to write in the books and the markings in the newspaper, just like I do when I read a book, write in the margins. It does mean it'll be hard to pass this along to anyone, but we're just going to keep this for historical keepsake and not worry about that. So I did want to especially make a note here. We know time plays an issue in this game. It's telling us that the services are going to be held on Thursday. Today is Wednesday, so not today. But you could imagine tomorrow, it's possible that if we go to this location tomorrow at 11 a.m., that we'll see something. And in this game, there is a list of places you can go, but nothing telling you when you should be in any place. So that's a sort of important point to note there. Okay, what have we else? We've got a scientist dies. Wilbur Morris. Something about religious sister of a church, a hospital, saying the new kids are just as good as new nurses, women are just as good as the old ones. A painter who fell off while painting and got hit by a trolley and is suing. A little joke article about someone called the police on someone stalking them, and it turned out to be their hat and coat. Bank of America now open Sundays. An ad for a tooth cleaner, for a beer, for a mobile camera. a Hollywood piece here about Greta Garbo having a custom car built. An item here about a performer. Clarence Williams operated Song and Dance Factory in the Gaiety Building for 12 years. It's the largest Negro publishing house in the nation. It was there at the Willow Club in the basement of this remarkable establishment where the San Francisco man of the sax, Jackson DeYoung, completed a 2-week gig that put his already rising career on a transcontinental aeroplane to success. We've got an ad for the Golden Gate Theater showing Anne Harding and John Bowles in the life of Virgie Winters. We've got a social column here in the Social World by Phoebe Newhart, which is talking about some society luncheon dinner. An article here telling you how to keep your cuticles clean and polished. An ad for Randolph's Jewelry. An ad for Wrigley's Spearmint Gum for 5 cents. And all-star baseball teams selected, including Lou Gehrig from New York, Ruth, what's his name? Babe Ruth. So they're all-star teams. An ad from the Foreign Legion, American Legion. Okay, so those were our newspapers, and I want you to be able to, since I didn't read them all, I want you to be able to see them if you want to screenshot them. So I'm going to make some effort to show it on screen so you can review it. Let's just go down it. Now we'll do this column here. In case you want to play along at home. Okay. Often on BGG, someone will scan these kinds of things, but this game is so old and hard to find that it just hasn't happened. And who knows, maybe they'll reprint this one day. Oops. All right, that's our newspaper. Let me get my printed notes. There are the notes that I read to you on the computer. I've just printed them out. They'll be especially useful, this list for us, of our informant locations. Okay. Let's read today's instructions from the old man. So yesterday was Tuesday, July 3rd. Here are the notes. I'll just show you. I marked them up a little more to keep track of what was in each location and then what leads, if there were follow-on leads, and kept track of when I did them. And in the book, I also marked each lead that we read to make it a little easier to see it. Okay, here we go. Wednesday, July 4th, 1934. No one else is in the office when I arrive. In fact, I may be the only person in the building. It's going to be a cool one today. The fog is heavy and the sky is overcast. Not a good day for fireworks. I find the office quite restful without its usual cast of characters. The only noise is an occasional burst of static from the police radio that sits in the front office. Every now and then the static is interrupted by the deep voice of the police dispatcher as he sends a car out on some task. I sit down at my desk, placing my feet on it while I lean back in my squeaky swivel chair. I light a Lucky and send a puff of smoke towards the grimy ceiling. I can't make up my mind. Should I go down to the Tanforan racetrack and see how Sundowner does? Might dig up some more clues on the Hayes murder. I could go out to Fleischiker and join the rest of the office for the 4th of July picnic. With Blackie's death yesterday, it would be more like a wake. Calling all cars, calling all cars. The police radio breaks the silence and grabs my attention. Robbery in progress at Lindemann Jewelry Company, 233 Post. All cars in vicinity respond. Lindemann's is the city's largest wholesale jeweler. If the old man were here, he'd be standing next to the radio, chewing on his black cigar, waiting for the bit of information that would tell him he should send one of his operatives to the scene to investigate. If he thought there was a buck to be made, there usually was. Come in, headquarters. Come in, over. Headquarters, over. This is Doland. I'm at Lindemann's. We need more backup. The burglars are trapped inside. We think they are holding some of the Lindemann's employees, over. Employees? On the 4th? Over. That's what we hear from the janitor, over. Hold your position. Captain Lanza is on his way, over. We'll hold, over. Captain Lanza. That was like sending a gas truck to a 3-alarm fire. Back when I was an investigator for the DA's office, I had to clean up after then Inspector Lanza more than any other detective on the force. But he worked hard and he had the knack for being in the right place at the right time. The SFPD doesn't look for brilliant investigators and men of steel, or I would have made chief. No, they look for the type that takes orders, never makes anyone above him look foolish, and even loves paperwork. Lanza never made anyone look foolish, not even the petty crooks. The ringing of the phone stops my nostalgic daydreaming. Continental, I answer. This is Ruiz, says a voice barely above a whisper. Hayes' jockey? Yes. You the dick that's looking into Hayes' murder? Yes. I've got to meet with you. I've got some information. Give it to me now. I can't. Can you come down to the race today? If you can, meet me at the ranch after I race Sundowner. If you can't make it, I'll be in Frisco tonight. You can find me at the Pink Rat. Know where that is? I'll find it. Before I can say more, I hear a click in dial tone. Well, that's interesting. Before I can digest Ruiz's call, the phone rings again. Continental. How the hell did they get you to work today? I would have thought the old man had fired you by now. How is the old bastard? Mean as ever. How's it going, Hank? I'm okay. Sorry to hear about Black. Any leads on the murder? Nothing worth the breath to mention, but I'm sure that's not the reason you called. Well, you can see I'm working today, too. I thought you transferred to Denver to get out of work. You're wrong. I came out here for a clean air and a clean life. My work I'm going to pass on to you. You're a sweetheart, Hank. What do you have? It's what I don't have. One Harry Nelson, white male, age 36, 5 feet 10 inches, 170 pounds, reddish brown hair, blue eyes, and a small W-shaped scar under his lower lip. The women say he's quite handsome. Is that why you're looking for him? Stole your girl, Hank? No. Mrs. Miller's daughter and 300,000 of her dollars. She wants both back. What's the scoop? Mrs. Elmira Miller, matriarch of one of Denver's wealthiest and most powerful families. She's 68 years old and hard as nails. To make a long story short, Harry Nelson, a well-known Denver ne'er-do-well, ingratiated himself into Joyce Miller's affections. Joyce Miller is Elmira's 26-year-old spinster daughter. The old lady now claims that Nelson has coerced her daughter to leave home, taking the family jewels. Hired us to find them and bring them back. So you think they're headed for San Francisco? Could be. I know that Nelson has relatives there. A brother or a sister, not sure yet. I know they left Denver 2 days ago by Northwestern Pacific. That train ends up in LA with a stop in Frisco tonight. Can you look into it? Is there a warrant issued? No, Dowager doesn't want the police involved. Sort of ties our hands. I know. Do the best you can. They may be on their way to LA. Anything else, Hank? No. Give my regards to the crew and the old man. One last thing, Hank. What does Joyce Miller look like? A real plain Jane, a mousy girl who doesn't say much. About 5'7", 125 pounds, washed out dirty blonde hair, pale. A real dog. I gotta run. Haven't talked to LA yet. Happy 4th. Hank's voice has turned into a dial tone as the police radio announces itself with a burst of static. This is Lanza. I'm now at the scene and have taken charge. Over. Lanza in charge. That may be worth seeing. Well, I'd better decide where I'm going before the phone rings again. So that's kind of cool. It's giving us a bunch of different little things, and it's saying, like, you're going to have to decide where you go first. All right, let's make our notes here. So we know there's Lindemann's jewelry, which is happening right now, start of the day, which I guess is 9 a.m. or so. It would be nice if it told you when the day started. All right, so there's the Lindemann jewelry that is currently being held up, although it's a little suspicious that they're working on the July 4th. Okay, then we've got Captain Lanza, who is at that scene, who we have some experience with, and we think he's pretty incompetent. Okay, then we got Ruiz, the jockey from our Scott Hayes case. He wants us to come to the race today. Now, one thing we didn't do last time that we're going to do this time is we're going to make a list of times and dates, because this game is a little tricky. So you notice he's saying, come down to the race today, but no mention of the time. But in yesterday's paper, this is why we didn't want to wait too long before replaying this. In yesterday's paper, there was an article about this race, and it did give us the time. So at the Tampere track, which is out of the city, which will take us like a little while to get to, we were told in yesterday's paper that this race is at tomorrow's Independence Cup at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. today, which is July 4th. So 1 p.m. at Tampere, which I think we figured out was in San Mateo, but it's okay, we'll clarify that in a second. Okay, so then we have the jewelry, which is Lindemann's, which is, I'm putting this in our time and date schedule because it's now. It's time sensitive now, July 4th. Okay. All right, so there's our jockey at the race. He wants us to be there at 1 p.m. and meet him after the race, right? He says, meet me after I race. Sometime after 1 p.m., I guess. Okay, and that's meet Ruiz. And we think it might be useful to come down there. Anyway, remember, we think he was killed. Scott Hayes was killed about this horse, so maybe people involved would be there. Okay, and then we've got another case that this guy Hank has called us about. And he's looking for, he wants us to find Henry Nelson, 36 years old, white male, 5'10", 170, reddish blonde hair. Let's make a note of this. Henry Nelson. Okay, so he's got a W-shaped scar under his lower lip, and he ran away with the daughter, who's Elmira Miller is the matriarch. Joyce Miller is the daughter that he ran away with. Joyce Miller. And a well-known Denver ne'er-do-well. Okay, so the mother says this horrible guy ingratiated himself and ran away with her, but they may have gone off together. But now that's time sensitive because he says they're on the Northwestern Pacific train and stops in Frisco, San Francisco, tonight. But we don't know when, right? So one's at now, one's at 1 p.m., and one's sometime tonight. There's no train schedule that we know of in the paper, right? I mean, we haven't looked at our clue points, so they might be relevant to us. We might have some information there. Okay, and then he describes Joyce as a plain Jane, a mousy girl, 5'7". All right, let's look at our clue points here. These are our possible clues we can go to. So we've got some common ones. Bureau of Investigation, Black's Notebook, which we could read again. Now, I want to point something out that here's the mechanic of the game. We've got our, sorry, let me show you this. We've got our clue points, right? And most of these will be new places we've never been to, and some of them are going to be the same places. Like, we've got Black's Notebook again, we've got City Hall again, DMV Fingerprint, Golden Gate Park, Joe Marino. We've seen these things before, right? And some may be addresses that we've been to before, like maybe the scene of the yesterday's crime. But just because the item is the same doesn't mean it's going to send you to the same clue point. So Black's Notebook does send you to 158, and Black's Notebook here sent you to 158. So that's going to be unchanged. That's going to be the exact same thing we saw before. So I'm going to put a little mark saying we've been there. But now, here's City Hall 371, and here's City Hall 337. So that's different. You see why that's important to notice? So that's going to be a different entry for City Hall. So Golden Gate Park is 239. Golden Gate Park is 239. That's the same. TC Van Ness 275, and yesterday it was 291. So you have to be on top of things when something changes. You can't just assume you've already been there. Okay, and we've got a longer list today, quite a bit longer. All right. Now, if you remember what we did last time is we tried to identify places that we know where they are. So these things are listed. Let's take a look at our informant list and see if any of these are our informants, and we might want to write them down here. So Rob Bannon, who's our fellow PI, was at Hunter's Bar. Actually, Hunter's Bar was 33 New Montgomery. I'm going to write that down. 33 New Montgomery. So is there a 33 New Montgomery here? Yes. Okay, so this is going to be Hunter's Bar. So you see what I'm doing? There's the addresses, but we actually know what that address is. That's just to give us... We can't go to a place. That's the way we're playing. We don't go to a place until we know why we would go there. But 4701 Geary is Mickey's Bar. This is another bar that I don't think we got revealed where it was in last case. When I went through the next day, after we played, I went through looking for more leads. One of the other detectives, Rob Bannon, or the cop, tells us they head over to Mickey's bar for a drink after work. So I might even write that down. 4701 Geary is Mickey's bar. It's either our fellow PI hangs out there or one of the cops hang out there. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? These don't seem to be in any order. 60. Okay, well, this is a troubling one. There are only 2 clues that I couldn't figure out where they were related to. And one of these was 685 McAllister, and I see it here too. So I don't know how to get that. I'm hoping that we find something that gets us there. 1789 Mount Combe was the club that Scott Hayes went to last night. 44, so that's the same. All right, let's see what else we got. 541 Turk is here. This is our informant. 397, 320, so that's different. He was the bookie. He's the one that gave us the list of possible people that could have wanted Scott Hayes dead. I see 50 Walter, but not 10 Walter. That was the street that those people ended up in. So that's kind of weird that 50 Walter is here. I'm going to put a little note next to it. Okay. What else have we got? Oscar Hoffman is at 571 5th Street. Is that in this list here? No, that was his home address. Remember, he was one of the informants that we couldn't really locate. The pawn shop at 1112 Fillmore. That's not in today's listing. It was in yesterday's. The numbers runner probably has a home at 1216 Green Street. Let's see if you see that. I don't see that. Sammy Fong in Chinatown was at 158 Waverly. I don't see that. So not many informants today. And a whole bunch of places outside of San Francisco today. Out of San Francisco proper. This place in Oakland, San Jose, San Rafael, Sausalito. All right. All right, so we want to be at the racetrack around 1 p.m., so I'll make a little note about that. And let's see where Lindemann's jewelry store is. I thought, did we just see an article in the paper about Lindemann's? No, here's Diamond Jewelry Randolph's, 300 Post Street. Is that in our list here? No. All right. So let's find where Lindemann's jewelry is in case we want to go there right now. Lindemann's jewelry. $233 Post. So if you look up here, 233 Post is Lindemann's. Okay. So if we wanted to go to Lindemann's, we would go to 3 17, which seems like that might be a fun place to start, and that's the one we would have to go to right away. Now, the train station. So, Northwestern Pacific. Let's see if we can find where we would go for the train station. So, I'm looking in the yellow pages. I see travel. But I see steamship. Do you think it might be under locomotive? Locksmith? No. Alright, let's try to look up Northwestern Pacific or train station. Or might it be in, let's see, beaches, parks, points of interest, airports, country clubs. There's the dog track. I mean, you could imagine that we'd have to find it on the map. Let's see, principal points of interest, aquarium, ports. Telegraph. Apartments, building, hotels, restaurants, beer taverns. Okay, so nothing there. Let's see if we can find some information about the train station. It's an interesting mechanic of this game that a part of it is trying to figure out how you would get an address of a place. So, Norwegian, I don't see Northwestern Pacific. Northwestern Pacific Railroad, 65 Market Street. 65 Market. And is that an entry for us? Surely it is. Huh. It's not. Well, that's troubling. Let's look that up again. I don't mind making a note in here. Northwestern Pacific Railroad, 65 Market. Well, I suppose that's not the train station, that's just the company, so maybe it shouldn't be so confusing. Let's see, there was that article about the train. Painter Sue's Railroad, Market Street Railway. Lighting from a streetcar at 9th and Mission. Market Street Railway. I don't think that's helpful to us. No, hold on a second. Northwest Pacific train stops in Frisco. And if we look up train, we don't see anything. We left Denver 2 days ago by Northwestern Pacific. The train ends up in LA with a stop in Frisco tonight. Oh, well, here's Southwestern Pacific Depot. That's probably going to be it, right? So, I'm guessing that's going to be our train station if we look it up. Southwestern Pacific Railroad, 65 Market Street. Ah, okay, so it's the same thing. It's the train depot. So this is the same location as the Northwestern Pacific. Okay. Which you'll remember we could mark on the map if we wanted to. It doesn't seem like it rarely is relevant to us. Okay, so now here's another thing we're going to do. In addition to these dates and times of importance, on this page, in the addendum, I noted that the lab reports and the autopsy reports that are supposed to be available only on a certain date and time are a little bit, you have to be careful about looking when you're allowed to look at them, because we slightly made a mistake last time. We were looking at this date here, which is July 3rd, but that's not quite right. What you need to be looking at is this date here, when it was signed. So this was available on day 1, so we got this. This one, though, says 7/4. So actually, this one, which is duplicate ballistics here, we discovered, is not available till today. So now we have both these that didn't materially impact our case at all yesterday. Now let's look at some others here. This is 7/5, no, 7/4. So we do have one that's going to be available to us today. Is there a time on this? No, but it is going to be available to us today. Let's keep looking here. Here's another July 4th. That's going to be available to us today. This one does not have a date, but says July 5th, so we know it can't be available before then. And some of these don't have dates on them, on the back, so we're just going to use the front dates. 7/8. Okay, not the rest. So these are off. These are unavailable to us, but I put the ones that are available to us here. Lindemans. This is Lindemans, 7/4, but clearly we don't know about that yet, so we're going to have to... The game could have done a better job about telling us when we're allowed to look at some things here. But we're just going to put those aside for now. But I did want to isolate them. And now I want to do the same for the autopsy. So these are July 3rd. But again, you want to look at the back to show the time. Here's July 5th. July 5th. Okay, so no autopsies for today. That makes life a little simpler. All right, so we do have reports. We can look at our reports. We can look at the first... everything up until today. So here are our first reports from yesterday. If you'll remember, there's our detective slumped over in his car. Our friend Blackie got shot in the back of the head with a double tap. And then this was the scene of Scott Hayes. I was looking at this a little more yesterday. We're told that the doors are all locked from inside, so that tells us no one was in the room with him. We noticed the phone was knocked over as if maybe he was on the phone when he was killed. I do note that, like, if you're shot twice in the back of the head, you just fall right over, right? So there's no blood on the desk, right? And he didn't fall on the desk, he's down here. So I think it's safe to assume he wasn't sitting at his desk. And I do notice there's glass here on this window and glass here on this window. So I'm thinking maybe he was standing up here on the phone, shot through this window and this window by the two killers, and then falls over. I was wondering, is it possible that someone was in the room and came out through here, but that doesn't make sense to me. So I think shot, standing here, shot. Not sure why this glass is broken. I'm not sure why they didn't just stand together and shoot him. But yeah, I think he was on the phone. If he wasn't shot in the head, you could imagine that maybe he was shot and then went for the phone. But 2 shots in the head, you're not reaching for a phone after that. You're just falling down dead. Okay, and then we have some more lab reports that we're not going to look at until we find some information on a case that tells us to do that. Okay, and we'll put our notes out of the way. All right. Shall we go right to the jewelry scene of the crime and see what's going on there? I guess before we do, if you haven't watched the 10-minute addendum I recorded after day one, I made a point that I reconsidered the idea of if we get to a place saying let's split up as if we had virtual detectives, have one person do this, one person do this. And I think it's best to play through the whole day as if you're one detective. And then after you finish, you either replay the day or just after you finish, go to those things and trace out those different branches, because it will add it adds more of an incentive to use your time efficiently and keeps that psychological issue of having to make a tough decision about, do I do this or do I do that? Because there is some reward you get if you make the right choice. You get some information early in the day that you can use for the rest of the other day, and some information you'll have to wait until the whole day's over. So it sort of punishes you for choosing incorrectly. It adds more of an incentive, more of a psychological element to making the right decision. All right, I say we go to the jewelry store, and if you remember, there's time in this game, so we're going to write down that this is, our first thing was July 3rd. That was yesterday. Okay, now this is July 4th. All right. The game also suggests, well, you could decide, do you want to follow one case each day? Like we could pick, we're going to work on the jewelry case today and just only follow leads for jewelry, and then replay it again and follow only leads for the one person. Or we could try to do them all a little bit. So we're going to play it by ear, because we'll replay parts of the day that we need to uncover all the information. But maybe we've been recording for a little over an hour. Maybe this is a good time to take a little break. And then we'll come back and do our first lead. Okay, we're back. We're ready to go on our first lead. We've decided, for time-sensitive reasons, to go right to the jewelry heist, which is the Windeman entry, which is at 233 Post Street, so 317. So we're going to clue 317. I walked a couple of short blocks to Lindemans and see a swarm of black squad cars parked at various angles, blocking the street and each other. Lanza struts back and forth with bullhorn in hand. I spot my old friend McGreedy and am headed over to say hello when the doors burst outward and several men pour out amid the confusion which Lanza is so good at creating. They jump into cars and speed away amidst shouts and bullets. Several cop cars manage to untangle themselves without any serious mishaps and hightail it after the jewel thieves. McGreedy is only a few paces away. He shouts above the din, "Hop on it, Gumshoe! I could use the company." Time 30 minutes. So 317 Lindemann. We've eaten up 30 minutes. So it's 9:30 now. And now we got a choice. If you'd like to hop in with McGreedy, go to clue 197. If you don't want to join him, go to 242. So I'm going to make a little note that we've seen this clue. Do the same thing here. There's a lot of bookkeeping you got to do in this game if you expect to have a chance. So I'm making a note that I've seen this clue, 317. So if we don't, we go to 242. So I wonder if that means we can still come back to 242, but I guess we should hop in. I mean, we might eat some time chasing these jewel thieves, but while we're doing jewel thieves, let's do jewel thieves. So what we're going to do here, this is how I've decided to do this. I'm going to note here that when we went to 317, we got options for 197 or 252. So 197, 252. It's going to be hard to keep track of all this. But okay, so we're going to, and same thing here, 197 is car chase. And then 242, stay at scene. Which, I don't know if that means we can come back. We could come back to this clue and do that. But let's go to 197. So we're going to circle this thing. We're going to 197. I jump in next to the sergeant. I'm barely able to get my foot in the door before the squad car screeches away from the curb and takes off down the street, siren wailing. Other police cars lend their voices to the din as we go up post following the 3 cars used by the robbers. I'm going to pause here for a second, and I think we should, for the fun of it, figure out where this is. Because he said it was near our detective agency. It makes me want to mark down where that is. We know where our detective agency is, right? It's Continental Detective Agency, 346. All right, I'm not, somewhere I know we've got the location of it, but I don't have it here. So let's just try to find it here. 233 Post. So if you'll remember, there's a reverse index here. So if we look up Post Street, it's at D11. So here's D11. There's Post Street. And I'm not entirely comfortable with finding the street addresses. So here's Post. I think that's 1,500 blocks, 1,600 block. So maybe it's somewhere over here. I think 200. I think that's going to be 200 Post Street. Okay, so, alright. The squad car screeches away from the curb and takes off down the street, siren wailing. As other police cars lend their voices to the din as we go up post following the 3 cars used by the robbers. We gain on them as we streak after, tires squealing as we turn right and go up Stockton, across Sutter and into the Stockton Tunnel. Okay, so we turn right and go up Stockton. Alright, so there you go. We went this way. There's the place. We turned right. We went up Stockton. Across Sutter. Or across... Columbus, Union. The tunnel. Can't quite see it. Sacramento, Clay, Washington, Vallejo. Well, somewhere up Stockton. I don't see where the tunnel is, but somewhere in there. Into the Stockton Tunnel. McGreedy has almost brought us up behind the last car when the driver suddenly seems to slam on the brakes, putting his car into a spinning skid, nearly blocking the tunnel and forcing McGreedy to brake sharply and go partway up the concrete footpath. As I'm checking to see if my head is still attached to my shoulders after cracking into the roof, The crook who was driving the car jumps out of his car with a gun pulled. I reach for my rod, but he's blocked by the car. I can see him through the window as he shoots 3 shots into the gas tank of his car. It explodes in a gush of orange flame and black smoke and sends a gust of warm wind in our direction. I can catch a glimpse of the man's light gray coat and tan shoes running off up the walkway on the other side of the tunnel leading out into Chinatown. Time 15 minutes. So now it's 9:45. If you want to follow the man on foot, go to clue 188. If you want to continue chasing the other 2 cars, go to clue 228. Alright, so we're going to have to somehow make a note of this. So 197, 188, or 228. You can see there's a lot. This game seems to do this a lot. 197 car chase gives us an option of 188, which would be the foot chase, or 228 continue car chase. Alright, well, we just saw this guy shoot into his own car for some unknown reason. I think we get out and chase him, so let's do that. 188, we're going to get out and chase him. Let the other cops take care of the other people. Alright, 188. Foot chase. I jump out of the police car and hurry past the burning getaway car. Following my quarry from the tunnel out into the bustle of Chinatown, I see him rushing through the Chinese throng past grocery stalls and vegetable stands. He's less than a block ahead. I can't tell if he knows he's being followed, but he hasn't slowed down a bit. Fedoras are pretty common on the streets of Chinatown, but this guy's a good head above the rest, and his light gray coat frames his shoulders quite well. I pump my legs as hard as I can, but I don't seem to be able to gain on him. He turns right onto Sacramento. As I get to the corner and turn after him, I can see his dark fedora, gray coat, and tan shoes turning left down Waverly. Alright, he goes into Chinatown, which is all here. It's quite out of our visual range here. I guess I should give you a look too. So he went in Chinatown, and he said he turns right onto Sacramento. There's Sacramento. So he heads this way, turns right, and then what happens? He goes left down Waverly. Okay, let's see if we can find Waverly. Stockton. Turns right on Sacramento. Left on Waverly. He's still in. Maybe it's over here. John Davis, Battery, Montgomery, Kearney, Grant, Stockton, Powell, Mason, Taylor, Jones. He's not going this way. I'm going to put where Waverly is. This is just for fun. That's not that I think this is relevant to know where this is. Waverly Place C13. C13, so it's right here. A little hard to see. Just trying to get the flavor for this. C13 is here somewhere. Oh, there's Waverly, right there. right on Sacramento. So it must be coming down this way. Turns right on Sacramento and gets to Waverly right there. Okay. Turn left down Waverly. I sprint after him, but by the time I get there, he's nowhere to be seen. If you want to continue to go down Waverly, go to 220. Down Waverly. What the? That tells me to set my clock to 11:30. What? It took us 2 hours? Really? Alright, it's now all the way down to 11:25. Alright, I went to 188. And then now we're gonna go to we're following this lead all the way, so we're gonna go to 220 now. We're gonna make a mark that we followed 188. And now we're going to follow 220. I peer through the open door of the tiny shop. The old man behind the counter is folding laundry. "Did you see a man run by a few minutes ago?" I ask. The old man only looks up at me, waves his arms almost as thin as those chicken legs you see in the shop windows all along these streets. "No Englishy. Go, go." I try again, taking a $5 from my pocket, holding it out, but he gets very animated, shakes his chicken arms at me, and shouts in a loud voice up at me, "Englishy, no, no. Go, go, go. No Betty." This seems to exhaust his vocabulary. 15 minutes pass. 11:40 now. If you want to continue to go down Waverly, go to 235. I mean, this is an interesting start to the case, huh? So we went to 220, and now we're going to continue down this path, although this is going to be a weird day. 235. The 4th of July in Chinatown is a curious combination of business as usual and youthful celebration. Most shops are busy and crowded, while the youth are eager to embrace any excuse for celebration, and the night air will be full of the sound and smoke of fireworks. Waverly looks much as it always does. There is less hustle and bustle than on Grant or Stockton, but the street is busy nonetheless. 3 men are unloading a truck in front of the Bow Company, and 2 of them are in the process of picking up several tins strewn on the sidewalk while they all chatter excitedly. "Hello, did you see a man run by here a minute ago?" "He run right into me and knocked me down." "Did you see which way he went?" "Twin Dragons. Didn't stop or even say sorry." "Thank you." 15 minutes. If you want to go to the Twin Dragons, so this goes to 235. Twin Dragons lead. Okay. Now the Twin Dragons is also where our informant who knows about Chinatown is. So Twin Dragons is 182. And is 182 in our list here? No, it's not. So this is the only way. 182 twin dragons. So from our informants, just to remind you, where are my notes? Well, I printed them out again. Yeah, here. Okay, so Twin Dragons is where Sammy Fong hangs out. He's a good guy who knows about the gangs in Chinatown, 158 Waverly. Which isn't on our list, but it's here now. Okay, so obviously we should go there. We're in for a penny, in for a pound, tracking down this Chinatown heist. So let's go to the Twin Dragons and get our first taste of Chinatown. I wait for a minute to catch my breath before I step into the dimness of the Twin Dragons. I've been here a few times with Sammy Fong, but not enough to know the regulars. When I enter, the only customers are 3 men sitting at the bar. 2 of them are white, and they both are wearing tan shoes. Coat and hat hooks stretch down the left-hand wall. There are 3 hats. 2 of them are dark fedoras. 3 jackets hang nearby. One is the light gray color I've been chasing. Of the other 2, one is dark brown and the other is black. I take a stool at the end of the bar and order a beer. There's no conversation among the patrons or with the bartender. I try to inconspicuously study the 2 white men, but their faces tell me little. One of them drains his glass, leaves 2 bits on the bar, and walks over to the hats and coats hanging on the wall. My muscles tighten as I wait to see which jacket he takes. He puts on a dark fedora and takes the dark brown jacket. I breathe a sigh of relief as I narrow my man down to one sitting 4 stools away. My relief is short-lived, however. What if he took the other jacket to intentionally mislead me? If you want to follow the man, go to Clue 34. If you want to stay and watch the other man, go to 368. How do you like this? Okay, so we could follow the wrong coat, which would take us to 34, or wait, take us 368. Okay, so let's reflect on this for a second. We're driving the getaway car. It crashes. The guy gets out. He shoots his own car to blow it up. He starts running. We jump out of the car. We chase him down to Chinatown. We chase him around a couple blocks. He's a white guy in a light duster and a dark fedora. Tall. He sneaks into Chinatown. We ask in a shop. No sign of him. We keep looking. We run into a truck unloader. He's like he just ran into the Twin Dragons restaurant. We rush in. We walk in there. We notice there are 3 guys sitting at the bar. They're the only customers. 2 of them are white. They're both wearing the tan shoes of that matching the guy we've been chasing. We look over at the coat rack. We see some brown 3 hats, 2 dark fedoras, 3 jackets. One is the light gray color we've been chasing. The other 2, one is black and one is brown. So 1 coat that matches our guy, 2 hats that match our guy. Both the 2 guys are wearing white shoes. We order beer. We're hanging out, just trying to look inconspicuous. One of the white guys gets up, goes, he takes his hat and his jacket and leaves. But it's the jacket, it's the other jacket. It's the dark brown jacket, not the light brown jacket. So we think, all right, our guy is sitting here at the bar now. But then we're starting to think, well, maybe our guy is the guy who just left, who took the other person's jacket as a disguise. And now the game is giving us a choice. Do we want to follow or stay? I'm afraid if we stay, we're just going to be waiting hours for this guy. I mean, my gut, though, would tell me that he didn't know we snuck in on him. Although, even if he didn't know we snuck in on him, he might try to change jackets to leave. But then why would he take his hat? Like, why not leave the hat to look less conspicuous? But maybe he likes his hat. So I'll tell you what my gut tells me. I mean, my gut as a detective tells me that maybe he would be staying here if he was our guy. And not getting up and risking taking someone's coat who might yell at him like, hey, you're taking my coat. There's only 3 men in the place. So, but then there's another thing. It's a little bit of a coincidence that there's 2 guys in here, right? 2 white guys in this Chinatown restaurant with the same outfit and same tan shoes. So I'm thinking they're meeting up. I think they might both be bad guys. I think we should. So we could either go to 34 or 368. I'm inclined to watch the other man, even though it's going to eat up time and it could be risky, but that's what I want to do. So we're gonna watch this other guy. My gotta follow my gut. 368. I have a hunch this guy's up to something, but I know that mouse gray jacket hanging there is the one I was following. I decided to stay and keep an eye on the man at the bar. I finished my beer and I'm about to order another when the man I'm watching gets up, says goodbye to the bartender, and heads for the door. Hey, what's this? My jacket is gone. That son of a bitch took it. He turns an indignant and accusatory stare on the barkeep, who merely shrugs. Sorry, Mac. We can't be responsible for those things. He must have known what he was doing. The irate customer tries on the gray jacket. It's a tolerable fit and he wears it as he leaves. I'm cursing myself for not following my hunch, but then I get an idea. I can see the unwashed shot glass from the man who left first. Hey, bud, I say to the bartender, mind if I take that glass? As I speak, I push a fin his way, and as he grins his acceptance, I pick the glass up with a pen and prepare it for fingerprinting. Time 30 minutes. So it's 12:10 now. Unless I skipped a... So I went to 182. It's 182 sometime we should have advanced. Let's see. 30 minutes. So actually I think it's 12:40 now. All right, so 182 took us to 30 minutes, which was 12:10. Right, okay, and then we went to 368. 368 we stayed, and we got fingerprint. Okay, fingerprint, clue 195. So 368, and then we got 195 fingerprint. Okay, let's take a look at that fingerprint together. All right. There's our fingerprint. Time 45 minutes. So now it's actually 1:20 p.m. because it took us 45 minutes to fingerprint it. 1:20, which is, the race has already started. Hopefully we can get there in time. Okay, let's classify this fingerprint, shall we? So, if you'll remember the rules of fingerprinting, I believe that's going to be a whirl. So those are whirls. So that's going to be a whirl. We find the uppermost delta, which is going to be this delta right here, not this delta. I don't know what that is. It's a scar or something, but there's our delta, or that's a delta. I'm not sure. Okay, we find the uppermost delta, we find the ridge below it, and then we count to the other delta. So I think what we do is, there's the delta, there's the ridge below it. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we hit the other ones. So I think that's a W5, I believe. Okay, so here's our W5s. Looks about right. Now we're going to look for a match, and I believe it's right there. I believe that's our W5 match right there. Let's just look if there are any others. That one's a little similar, not quite though. Looking for any that swirl clockwise. There's a clockwise swirl, but not quite right. That's not quite right. That's not quite right. That's it right there. First one, first hit. 1003. So we make a note that we found fingerprint 1003. Okay. Let's put this back in order here. So having correctly classified on our first shot the whirl, and found fingerprint 1003, you'll remember we've got a couple options with that. We could go to the DMV and try to look them up by fingerprint. We could actually look through our mug shots. A W5, probably pretty rare. There may not be that many with a W5, and one of the nice things about the W5 is that, remember, we went from the first delta, we go to the ridge below it, the uppermost delta, go to the ridge below it, and then find the distance to the next delta. Now, one nice thing about that is that at a glance you can get a general guess of what whirl it is, a W. So I can look at these and eliminate most of them quite quickly, and we know it's a man. So I'm just going to look at these for a second. So you get what I'm saying, right? Like those are arches, so I know it's not that. Here's a whirl, but look how close the two deltas are, so it's not that. There's a far delta, there's one there, and it's far away, but it's a woman. That's a far delta difference. That's no difference. That's not a whirl, that's not a whirl. That's not a whirl. That's not a far enough delta difference. That's not a whirl. Those aren't whirls. These are all loops. I'm not sure what that is, but that's a woman. That's not a far enough delta. That's not a far enough delta. So really, there's only two candidates here in our mug shots for W5. Let's see what these people really are. So let's see. There's the uppermost delta. We count this, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this guy is a W5. Let's see about this kid. He likes this dark fedora too. This is a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this guy is not it. So here's our only W5 that we got a mugshot of. We know the fingerprint is 1003, which is a whirl. So let's go back to that for a second. What was a whirl what? A whirl 5? W5. Let's see. I mean, this is sort of a different way to do it. Let's see. There's a different way to do it than looking up a DMV, but let's see if we can't match W03 to any of this guy's fingers. It's not that. It's not that. Alright, well, this guy does not match it. That just means he's not one of our mugshots. Just means he's not on one of our mugshots. But I thought it would be fun to give it a try. Alright, let's put this back. I will make a note that he's not on our mugshot. But that's pretty cool how you have 34 mugshots, too many fingerprints, but if you can classify it successfully, you can narrow things down enough that you could do a little check. All right, well, it's 1:20 p.m. We're exhausted from that chase, but if we want to talk to Ruiz about yesterday's case, we got to hightail it off to Tanforan. So, Tanforan Racetrack 308. It doesn't have a, it's not under a time thing, so we can go right to it. So let's go to 308. You ready to get back? I mean, that was a fast morning for us, chasing Jewel Heist. And he tricked us, but we got his fingerprint. 308. If it's before 2 o'clock, go to 189. If it's after 2 o'clock, 322. So it's before 2 o'clock, so I think we haven't missed him. We haven't missed him. But we're gonna, this day is gonna end quickly for us. So we're gonna go to 309, which is Tanforan Racetrack, which is fun. We wanted to go there yesterday, but we couldn't. The race wasn't till today. So here it is. We went there. And from there, sorry, 308. From there we got two choices. One is 189 or 322, 189 or 322. We're going to go to 189 because it's before 2 o'clock. So before 2, go to 189. After 2, go to 322. We're going to 189 to meet up with Ruiz. I mean, I'm sorry in some sense that you guys have to watch and wait for all these notes, but you know, this is how if you don't keep good notes, you lose these cases. You lose information, you can't find it again. So yeah, it pays. In fact, we got to record it here too, right? We went to 308, 08, and 308 doesn't have a time, but sends us to 189. Okay, let's look at 189. Whoa, that is a long 2 pages to read. Wait, what? 308. 308. If it's before 2 o'clock, go to 189. And it is 308, that's Tampa, right? 308, okay. I walk the 2 blocks to the 3-story garage on Stevenson. The wind is blowing in strong puffs like the breaths of some asthmatic Greek god trying to blow up a storm but not quite making it. Old man Becker, the ever-present caretaker of the garage, is at his post just inside the large roll-up job. I'm just making sure we're at the right thing. Inside the large roll-up door. He is balanced on the 2 hind legs of an old kitchen chair, his feet propped on a wooden fruit crate. His eyes are closed, and from the sound of his breathing, almost as loud, certainly as asthmatic as the puffing Greek god outside, I assume that he's asleep. I decide to let him rest and walk up the ramp to the 2nd floor and get the car myself. The agency's 2 black whippets sit side by side. I look at the gas gauges and find that one is full. That's the one I hop into. It starts right up and I head down the ramp, giving a blast on the horn as I pass Becker. He snaps his head up with such force that it hits the wall and knocks the chair legs out from under him. I turn right and head towards 2nd Street. In my rear view mirror, I see Becker get up and shake his fist at me as I turn down 2nd. I turn up Mission and head for Highway 101. Traffic is light, and I soon find myself heading south on 101. The Whippet's 6 cylinders are running smoothly. I push the speed up to 50 and enjoy the countryside as it speeds by. There's nothing like the solitude of driving to give you time to think. The hardest part of the detective business is avoiding the trap of forming conclusions before you have all the evidence. Being a private dick is a lot like being a bloodhound. You don't think much, you just put your nose to the ground and push ahead. Should we get out our map and see where we actually are driving here? So, we're just doing this for the flavor and the fun of it. Let's take a look here. So, we work in San Francisco, and we're on a highway now down to the Tanforan racetrack, which is here. And here's 101. And here's Mission Street. So we're on this road here. We're on 101 highway going down to Tanforan, which actually isn't in San Mateo, it's in San Bruno or South San Francisco. All right, let's get back. The traffic is now getting a little heavier. A blue Ford pulls out in front of me. I jam on the brake, causing a great squeal. A shake of my fist at the 2 young men in the front seat of the Ford only brings laughter in the shake of their middle fingers. The kid driving tosses a beer bottle out the window, sending glass all over the highway. I swerve quickly, sending 2 wheels onto the dirt shoulder. By the time I get the Whippet straightened out, the kids are well ahead of me. I abandon thoughts of catching up to them. What the hell, we were all young once. The kid's car soon pulls off the highway and heads up a winding dirt road to the west. I soon see Tanforan racetrack on my left. I pull the car into the dusty parking lot and find a parking space. It looks like a good crowd. The parking lot is full. The sun is reaching its noon position and the heat is rising with it. I loosen my tie and wish I could remove my coat, but I promised myself long ago to always carry a gun when working on a murder case. Always. So that means leaving my coat on. As I approach the gate, I see that I am not the only one who has to wear a coat. I see Roland Jones, dressed in a full black uniform, cap and all, standing next to the shining Marmon. He's resting his booted foot, also shiny, on the running board while talking to another man. The other man holds a small notebook and is writing something down with a short stub of a pencil. Roland reaches into his pocket and pulls out a roll of money, peels off a few bills and hands them to the scribbling man, who quickly pockets them. "Think you're in the boss's will, Roland?" I call out. "What are you doing here, Seamus? Looking for a job in the stables? I see you still have yours." I kick one of the Marmon's tires and flick a spot of dust off its shiny hood. Yeah, the kid gave in. Now that he has a position to keep up, he'll keep me and the cars. Did the kid come down by himself? Nah, his mouthpiece, Van Ness, came with him. You just missed the tribute to the old man. Made him sound like a saint. The only saintly thing he did for this bunch was to give them Sundowner to bet on. See you around, Roland. Up yours, Seamus. So Roland is involved in this, remember. He's deeply involved. And it's not his real name either. Unless we've gotten something completely wrong. I worked my way into the crowd and let its current carry me into the track. Let's pause for a second. How did we know that Roland wasn't his real name now? I'll tell you how. We found a fingerprint. We found a fingerprint. Sorry for this little diversion. We'll get back to this. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about this. We found a fingerprint that I'm pretty sure we confirmed was Roland's. Like it wasn't the four-room. It wasn't the fingerprints in the in the two-bedroom room. It was a separate fingerprint. But when we looked it up, yeah, fingerprint 1040 was at the scene of the crime. Fingerprint 1040 was at the scene of the crime. We didn't know whose it was. We had no reason to believe it was Roland, the chauffeur. But what happened was when we took it to the DMV, it was identified as Octavio Milani, who we had no idea who that was, but it had his address. When we went to that address, the guy was like, oh yeah, Octavio, he left for a chauffeur job. That's where he's living now, a live-in chauffeur job. And his girlfriend, Opal, he hangs out at her house. And when that sounded like our chauffeur. And in fact, Opal Kennedy was with him, was with the chauffeur. So they're the same person, this Octavio and Roland. So we know he's up to no good. We know he's operating under that false name. Okay, so we see him now at the horse race. He's there with the son of the murdered guy, Bill Hayes, and the lawyer who's fishing. I worked my way into the crowd and let its current carry me to the track. The second race is about to begin. The odds on Sundowner are 4-1. I expected the odds to be closer to 2-1. The gamblers must think Sundowner is in mourning. Rainbow's End's odds are 3-1. The odds have really changed. Sundowner was the favorite a few days ago. I head for the window and place a fin on Hayes' horse. I head over to the owner's box and see Bill Hayes and T.C. Van Ness. They both wear black armbands and seem more interested in their conversation than in the races. I find an empty seat behind them, clear my throat, and wait for them to notice me. Oh, hello, Detective. Here to see the race? Asks Hayes. Among other things, how are you, Mr. Van Ness? All right, given the circumstances. He now finds the racing form more interesting than my conversation. Have you talked to your jockey today, Mr. Hayes? My jockey? Romeo Ruiz. Oh, no, I have nothing to do with my father's interest in horses. I've never met Mr. Ruiz. I may be selling... I don't think you should say anything until everything is worked out, Bill. Of course, you're right. I thought that I made it clear, Detective, that we felt it was best for the police to handle this, the lawyer says. I haven't forgotten, but don't you forget that one of our men was also murdered. I'm going to find that murderer. That's probably as good as an exit line as I can come up with, so I take my advantage of it. I make my way up to the railing just as the race starts. Romeo Ruiz is hunched low on the back of a golden brown sundowner. The bright red of his silk sparkles in the bright sun. From the very start of the race, it's between Sundowner and Rainbow's End. They are nose to nose until the final stretch where Sundowner breaks away and wins by a length. There's a lot of cursing around me, tickets torn up and tossed to the ground. A few, like me, cheer and head for the window. As I walk away from the window, I see the little man who is talking to Roland. He's flipping quickly through his notebook, making scribbles after some of the entries. I work my way through the crowd and come up behind him. Want me to take Roland his winnings? He quickly turns his head and looks up at me. His eyes narrow and his forehead develops a bad case of wrinkles. I know you from somewhere. A lot of people know me from somewhere. Yeah, you're that wise ass from the DA's office. Yeah, a real wise ass. Yep, that's me, Eddie. A real wise ass. I'm glad you remember me. Thought your brain might have rotted away over the years. How's the bookie business? If the bookie is good, business is always good. So how is it with you? Good. Now beat it unless you want to place a bet. I pull out a fin and hold it out to him. His eyes drop from mine to the bill and back to me. Are you sure you can afford that, Seamus? What are my odds? What's the question? What horse did Roland bet on? Rainbow's End. Who tried to fix the race? You can't afford that bet. He grabs for the bill, but he's not quick enough. I pull it up out of his reach. 2 for 5. What can you tell me about Ruiz? He's a good jockey, maybe too honest for his health. What do you mean? I hear that some out-of-town boys did a dance on his face. Who and why? So, we did find this out by talking to Ruiz, or at least I did when I went back and looked for the second clues. But maybe if you hadn't found that out, this would be telling it to you for the first time. But he refused to take a dive, and he got beaten up. And this guy that we're talking to, this bookie, Eddie, I believe that's one of our informants. Oh no, that's Vic Lucas. All right, so this is a different bookie. All right, let's continue here. I hear that some out-of-town boys did a dance on his face. Who and why? You're the detective. You find out and let me know. I let him grab the fin and put it in his pocket. Without a look or a word, he slithers back into the crowd. So, the Roland, the chauffeur, who's pretending to be a chauffeur. I mean, he's a chauffeur, but he's a bad guy. He bet on the other horse. I head for the winner's circle to watch Ruiz and Sundowner receive the winner's wreath and Billy Hayes the check. He looks as excited as an Orthodox Jew at an Arkansas pork barbecue. No, the fast and exciting life of the turf is not for Bill Hayes. Van Ness is standing in the front rank of onlookers. The smile on his face would send shivers down a prosecutor's back. What does he know? You can't trust shysters. You never know what they know, and they'll be the last to tell you. I follow the entourage of onlookers and photographers on Sundowner and Ruiz, as Sundowner and Ruiz lead them back to the stables. But fame fades fast, and after a few minutes, most of the well-wishers are off to the track for the next race and the next winner. I speed up my pace, move next to Sundowner, and call out to Ruiz, who still sits atop the winner. I reach up and hand him one of my cards. He looks at it, reins in Sundowner, and looks down at me. Tommy, take Sundowner. Ruiz jumps off the horse, and Tommy takes the reins. Sundowner doesn't seem to like this change and swings his head from side to side while snorting out his displeasure. But Tommy is not intimidated and moves him forward. To me, he says, I expected to see you tonight. Came down to see the race. I hope it was worth your while. I put a fin on Sundowner. Good for you. Romeo, we both turn around. I understand that. The watch is trying to talk to me. Romeo, we both turn around and see a comely young woman running towards us. Ruiz opens his arms and receives her. Romeo, I was so worried. I told you this would be all right. He smiles down at her. This is Carmelita. He says to me as if that tells me everything. It doesn't, but the look in his eyes does. Before he can say more, his name is called out again, but this time lacking a tone of love. Hey, Ruiz, the boss wants to talk to you. A large man in a dark suit and fedora is standing next to a large black V16 Cadillac. The heat of the midday sun is reflected off the car's shiny surface in visible waves, giving it an eerie quality. Black V16 Cadillac, okay. Ruiz looks around like a young puppy making sure it has a way out before accepting an offer from a stranger. Ruiz, get over here. Don't go, Romeo, don't go, pleads Carmelita, tears forming in her eyes. I've got to. Running won't do me any good. Do you want me to go with you, I ask. No. Stay with Carmelita. They won't do anything here. He walks over to the caddy and up to the rear window. I can't hear what is said, but I can tell that Ruiz is not doing most of the talking. He's standing in front of the lowered window, cap in hand, like a schoolboy being reprimanded. But after a moment he breaks into an outburst. I don't care who you are. No one tells me what to do. This is a free country, and I have all the rights you do. With that, he walks away from the car. Get back here, you wetback. The boss isn't through with you. Ruiz pays no attention to the larger man in black. Let him go, Angelo. Get into the car, comes a voice from inside the cabbie. Carmelita is in tears. She again rushes into Ruiz's arms. He turns to me. I can't talk to you now. I have to get back to the ranch. I've got a few things to do. You can meet me there later or tonight at the Pink Rat. Ruiz leads Carmelita away, trying without much success to comfort and reassure her. Time 2 hours and 30 minutes. If you want to follow the Cadillac, go to clue 268. Okay, so that was a pretty huge clue. Let's start it out on its own page. 189 is the Tanforan racetrack. And before we forget, let's mark on our timesheet that we've now eaten up 2.5 hours. So that was at 1:20. So it's now 3:50. Or thereabouts. So that's a lot of time. If you look, we've eaten up half our day. Okay. Now, there was a lot of information at 189. First of all, Van Ness, big smile after Sundowner won. We know Roland bet against Sundowner. We're not sure what the significance of that. Then there's an interesting conversation where Bill Hayes says he's going to sell. Well, Sundowner, and doesn't know horses. So is that it? Like someone is killed the father and now they can buy the horse from the son cheap. The lawyer doesn't want to, a lawyer shuts him up, right? So the lawyer could be involved in here. Roland bet against Sundowner. Okay, that's what he was making book with that small guy, putting some bets. Okay. And now there's a big deal about this car. So we learn about also Carmelita, Romeo's fiancée. So I'll just tell you this. One of the clues we didn't understand on the first day was a visit to Carmelita. I have a suspicion that that's a type that shouldn't have been available yesterday because it's the exact, oh no, it's a different information. She's in here, but with a different number. Okay, so maybe I stand corrected. All right. What else have we got here? So they won. Okay. Next up, we have the Black V16 Cadillac, which I don't think we've seen before. And the guy says, "Hey Ruiz, the boss wants to see you." Okay. So the guy is yelling at Ruiz, telling him, getting reprimanded. And then he speaks up against it and says, "I'm not going to throw the race. No one tells me what to do. It's free. I have all the rights you do." Okay, so the boss, who's unseen, orders Romeo to do something. We don't know what, but in the past Romeo has said someone ordered him to throw the race. So maybe throw the race, or yells at him for not throwing the race. All right. Let him go, Angelo, get into the car. Okay, so the boss says, let him go, Angelo. Remember we have someone named Al from yesterday's case, which is the same as this case. You think Al is short for Angelo? Is that possible? Let him go, Angelo. Okay, and is Angelo described? He's the guy who walks over. So large man, dark suit. So we know Angelo is large man, dark suit, fedora. They all have fedoras. Large man in a dark suit and fedora standing next to the cart. So he brings Romeo over. Says, let him go. Get in the car. Okay. And now we have a question. Do we want to follow the Cadillac? We would go to 268 if we do, which I think I'm inclined to do. This day is almost over on us. So Tanforan, we could have gone there later. We went there early in the day, so we went to 189, and now we're going to go to 268 to follow the Cadillac. We're definitely going to have to play this day multiple times. 268. Follow Caddy. Okay, let's go to, and did we circle this? No, that was a big full page clue. 2 hour, 30-minute clue. All right, 268. Let's follow this Cadillac. I mean, we do want to see who owns this Cadillac. This could blow the case open. 268. I rush to the parking lot, trying to keep the long black Cadillac in sight. I make it to the whippet and kick it into life and stir up a little dust storm as I speed out of the parking lot. I see my prey heading north on 101, so back towards San Francisco. The whippet's little hard-working 6 cylinders are no match for the powerful 16 of the Cadillac. Fortunately, however, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. I get to within a few car lengths and follow him into the city. He heads down the Embarcadero until he reaches Pier 20, where the sinister-looking black Cadillac pulls over and stops. I do the same, 30 feet back. All right, let's find out where our Pier 20 is. Mark this. Okay, I think Pier 20 is over here somewhere, is my memory. How are we going to find that? Well, I guess we're coming up into San Francisco from the south. There's Pier 52. Pier 20, I mean, it has to be on the water, right? Ferry slips. Are these the piers? So is this Pier 20? I think that's what it's going to be. And there's Pier 20 right over here, if that's right. Yeah, that's going to be Pier 20. Can you see that? There's Pier 20. And that's where proposed Pier 52. So these are the piers. So he pulls into Pier 20. All right. I do the same, 30 feet back. Pier 20 is a beehive of activity. Strikers line one side of the pier front, the police the other. The strikers shout out their demands. The police stand impassive, nightsticks and tear gas at the ready. The strikers carry signs crying out their demands. Union or die, scabs are traitors, and police are workers too. The workers start to sing labor songs to the police. The large man in the dark suit and floppy fedora gets out of the car. A moment later, another black car pulls up, and 4 men in working clothes get out and join the floppy fedora. They talk for a moment. The floppy fedora gets back into the car. The 4 men go back to theirs for a moment, and then head across the street and are lost in the group of strikers. All of a sudden, pandemonium breaks out. What sounds like a gunshot is heard. Then someone shouts, "Kill the police!" It doesn't take long for the police to respond. Mounted police are soon charging into the ranks of workers, nightsticks flailing and weapons drawn. The Cadillac doesn't wait around to see what happens. It pulls away, and rather fast. I follow. The car turns up Market until it reaches California Street, where it turns. The car pulls to a stop at number 24. Okay, so let's just make some notes here while we go. So, large man gets out at Pier 20, and then he tells workers to cause a disturbance against the cops, is what it sounds like. And that's the large man, I think we're led to believe that the large man is not our boss, right? He's the driver again, I think. The large man in the dark suit and floppy fedora gets out of the car. Yeah, that's the helper, right? I believe that's the helper. The guy who's saying, that's Angelo. That's Angelo. He talks to the strikers. He sends them in. Okay. Mounted police are soon charging into the ranks of workers, nightsticks flailing, weapons drawn. The Cadillac... Oh, okay, sorry, we read this. The car turns up Market until it reaches California. Okay, there's California. Goes up Market. Market. I don't see Market, but it's got to be somewhere here. Hits California, where it turns, and it pulls to a stop at number 24 California Street. So somewhere over here, I think. Okay, and we need to make a note of that. That's important. Then the car goes to 24 California Street. The man in the floppy fedora again gets out and moves to the back door, opens it, and seems to come to attention while he waits for the passenger to exit. Slowly, a cane makes its appearance from inside the car. It is soon followed by a leg, arm, and then the complete form of a large, fat man. As he rises to his full height, I can make out who it is. Marius, J.F. Fats Marius. No one calls him Fats anymore, not because he has lost weight, but because the speaker could lose his life. Marius is Mr. Big of the crime world. He moves ponderously into the building that says simply Marius Imports. Most of the imports that Marius has brought into the city, it would have been better without. time 2 hours. Okay. So the boss is J.F. Fats Marius, Mr. Big of crime. And he's got a cane, and he's big and fat. Okay. J.F. Fats Marius. And he works at Marius of Marius Imports. Or Maria's Imports? There's no apostrophe, so Marius Imports. And then we've got to move along 2 more hours. So our day's almost over here, the first playthrough of this day. So it's 3:50, and now it's going to be 5:50. Oh, that was clue 268. Okay. Well, that was a pretty big deal to find that out. We know who's pushing Romeo Ruiz to throw the race and who might have called in this hit on Scott Hayes. I mean, we might have a real candidate for the top of the pyramid of this criminal enterprise. Let's look up Marius Imports and get an address for it. I guess we can put this San Fran map, this outskirts of San Francisco map away. Do you like that we're taking the time to find out where these things are happening? Is that of any interest at all, to get a sort of spatial feel for things or not? I feel like it's kind of fun to do it. Okay, we were going to look up Marius Imports and see if we can't get an address where this guy works. Or is that where we are? Are we at Marius Imports? Marius Imports. 24th California, so that's where we are. We're at that place. So let's make a note. 24th California is Marius Imports. And does that have an entry here? Not really, no, it doesn't. Not really, no, it does not. All right, well, it's getting late in the day. We should have, so we failed to note some stuff here. I just remembered now. Let's go back to Tamferan Racetrack, because actually Ruiz wants us to meet him later on. And these are timed meetings, right? He says, I can't talk now. So meet me. So Ruiz, Romeo, wants to meet later at ranch, whatever later means, or tonight at the Pink Rat. So maybe we will add those to our timed entries. So Paisley Ranch, that's the ranch, later, maybe that means any time later than now, or the Pink Rat. These are both for Ruiz. Pink rat tonight. All right, let's, we know where the Paisley Ranch is, but where is the pink rat? Let's see if we can get an address on that. The pink rat is 406 Stockton. 406 Stockton. And the Paisley Ranch is in San Mateo. All right. Let's see what we got here. Any other places we know about? Well, there's 406 Stockton. That's going to be the Pink Rat when we want to go there. And there's Carmelita and the Paisley Ranch, so we know why we would go there. Okay. It's very clear we're going to be playing this day multiple times because the day's almost over. It's already 6 p.m. If we look at our other time-stamped items, we went to the jewelry case in the morning. We went to Tanforan at 1 p.m. We know that the train is coming in tonight. And we know Ruiz wants to meet up later or tonight. So maybe we, let's do the two night, let's get rid of that, let's do the night thing. Let's try to meet up with Ruiz before he gets whacked, because I have a feeling he's not long for this world. So he said we'll meet up later at the ranch. So maybe we go to the ranch. 3:33. Yeah, I don't have high hopes for Ruiz surviving. He's too, an honest man does not live long in these times. And then they want to go to the DMV and identify that fingerprint. Okay, so 333, 3, which is the ranch, says before 2, go to 192, after 2. So this is if you get there before the race, you read something that says he's probably gone. So it's clear that, I mean, it's not important for us to get to see that one beforehand. But we are going to do the 237. $192 or 237. Okay. Guess I should make a little mark on these. Okay. So 333, which we followed to 237. Okay. Is he going to be dead yet or not? I pull up to the ranch house and park the car. A large Mexican woman is running up the path. As she reaches me, I can tell by her breathing this is not her normal means of exercise. Senor, senor, there has been an accident. Please, senor, help. I must call the doctor. I run down the path which ends at the stables. Horse heads jut out of the stable doors and look towards the commotion at the far end of the stable. I hurry in that direction. When I reach the end, I see a kid trying to lead a snorting, rearing horse, which seems quite reluctant to be led. The horse keeps shaking her head and rearing up on her hind legs and snorting. Down, Ferguson! Down, girl! Quick! Help Romeo! The boy shouts at me. I look inside the stable and see the jockey lying on the floor. I rush over to him, but I've seen enough dying men to know there's no hope. Ruiz's whole body is covered with bruises, and blood oozes from his mouth. No, Ruiz will neither ride nor talk again. I lay his head gently down. I wonder why we always treat the dead so gently and the living so roughly. I walk back outside. The boy has gotten Ferguson into another stable, but the mate continues in her excitable state, kicking against the stable wall. The mare continues in her excitable state, kicking against the stable wall and neighing loudly. The boy is exhausted, leaning against the wall, wiping his face with the red bandana. What happened? I asked. I don't know. I was working behind the stables when I heard Ferguson acting up. I ran to see what was wrong, and when I got there, I saw Romeo on the floor. Juanita was coming from the barn. I yelled for her to get the doctor while I got Ferguson out. That's all I know. I walk back into the stable and look Ruiz over again. Can't tell much. Ferguson did a good job on him. I give the stable the once-over. I find a hypodermic needle, the type used on horses. There's a drop of blood on the needle. I push the plunger and deposit some of the contents on my finger. It has a sharp smell. I'm sure we'll find this has something to do with Ferguson's strange action. I wrap it in my handkerchief, which I place in my pocket. I hear the sound of a siren approaching. I decide to leave. There's nothing I can help with, and I don't feel like being asked a lot of questions for which I have no answers. 45 minutes. Wow, poor Ruiz. Someone had him killed in a pretty brutal fashion. So 2:37, Ruiz is dead. 45 minutes. Ruiz is dead, horse drugged, hypodermic needle evidence. 45 minutes brings us to about 6:30. That's rough for poor Ruiz. $2:37. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, it's 6:30 p.m. There's no point trying to meet him at the Pink Rat. We could try the train, though I'm a little worried that we're too early, but you don't want to be too late for that train, huh? I guess we might as well do it today and do a little bit of each of these three cases. All right, let's head down to the train station and see if we can catch this runaway bride. So the train was, what did we decide that was? Southern Pacific Depot. So we got three cases going on now. We got our first day's case, Scott Hayes double murder, Scott Hayes and Blackie Howard. Then we got this morning's case, the jewelry store. And then we got, I guess it's the same. Oh, no. Then we got the third case, which is the runaway bride and stolen money case, which is our least serious case. But let's go to 305.5, which is train station, which we don't really know the time of this train. I'd like to just call ahead and, when is the train due in? But let's just go there and see what it says. If after 4 and before 7, go to clue 4. If before 4 or after 7, nothing. It says no clue. So the train's coming between 4 and 7. If you don't get here in that time, which we did, we got there at 6:30, just barely. So we are going to get a clue. So 305, which goes to 4. So it's good we came here at this time. It's a little irresponsible of the game not to give us a way to know that before you go there. You can imagine if you were playing it and you missed it. That's obviously part, it's part of why this game has to let you play it multiple times. But if you had come here right away, you wouldn't have been penalized for time. So maybe that's something to remember going forward. Like, if we don't know when the train comes, we could look up that clue under the assumption that we're not going to pay a time cost to find out when we should go there. So let's look up clue 4. I arrive at the Southern Pacific Depot 10 minutes before the Rocky Clipper is due in, which means I only have to wait 30 minutes before it appears. I light a smoke and prop myself inconspicuously behind one of the plaster Greek pillars. From this vantage point, I can watch the passengers without being obvious. Not many people traveling this Independence Day. The last whoosh of steam, sounding like the dying breath of some primeval monster, covers the platform with a ghost-like white fog. The disembarking passengers push their way through this ghostly ectoplasm. First the sailor, walking fast, duffel bag flung over his right shoulder. Right on his heels is a small Chinaman, a long black overcoat buttoned tight around his neck, black felt hat pulled down on his head only a fraction of an inch above his beady black eyes. He carries a small black leather bag clutched tightly in his right hand, his left shoved deep into the pockets of his great black coat. He pauses, placing the small bag on the ground next to him. His beady eyes survey the station while he lights a cheroot, sending a cloud of dark smoke into the air. He picks up his satchel and moves quickly towards the side exit. 2 more figures emerge from the steam, an elderly couple, a tall gray-haired gentleman in an expensive-looking camel hair coat, and holding his arm, a small woman dressed in black, a tightly woven black veil covering her face. They are followed by a Negro porter pushing a cart piled high with luggage. Close behind is a yapping black and white terrier straining at its leash. On the other end of the leash is a beautiful, stylishly dressed young woman, whose lithe, slender figure is no match for the terrier's pugnacious determination to bite the porter's heels. "Asta, stop it, Asta," shouts the young woman. She turns to the man walking a few paces behind, a broad smile on his face. "Nick, please take Asta." The man takes the leash. "Asta!" The dog stops in its tracks, almost tripping the young woman. "Asta, to the bar," directs the man. The dog takes off, pulling his master across the station to the pink neon sign that says cocktails, leaving the young woman standing hands on hips. "Could you see that our bags get to the Mark Hopkins?" the young woman asks the porter as she slips him $1. "Yes'm, Miss Charles." The young woman heads for the pink flashing sign. The next couple of passengers make me stand up straight and snuff out my cigarette. The young man is about 5'10" tall with reddish blonde hair, blue eyes, and quite handsome. From this distance, I can't tell if he has a small scar under his lip, but everything else matches the description of Harry Nelson. Everything, that is, except his companion. It is a woman, but no plain Jane. She's a knockout blonde. Her shoulder-length golden curls frame a face that is cream white with lips thick and deep red. Her clothes are the best quality and style. They are moving fast across the station toward the waiting taxis. "Mr. Nelson," I shout as the couple passes me. "May I have a word with you?" He doesn't look up. I grab his shoulder. He turns and gives me a strong right hook to the side of my head, knocking me down to the curb. It stuns me for a moment or two, long enough for Nelson to get away in a taxi. It happens so fast I don't even notice the cab company. As I pick myself up off the ground, I hear a loud scream from around the corner. I run to see what's happening. There on the sidewalk lies the small Chinaman that I saw get off the train a few minutes ago. His hat lies next to him, but I don't see the small black bag he is carrying with such care. I'm about to examine him more closely when a policeman, followed by a group of people, comes around the corner. "What goes on here?" asks the cop. "I heard a scream," I say. The cop bends over the body and feels the wrist for a pulse. "He's dead," he pronounces. "Anyone know him?" "He was on the Rocky Clipper," says someone in the group. "It's the man with the dog. He got on the train in Portland. Strange little man." "Oh, Nicky, don't get involved. You just finished a case," says his companion. The dog barks as if to give his opinion. They seem to understand him. My head's still ringing from Nelson's right hook. Maybe a drink will help. Time, 1 hour. All right, well, it's now 7:30 p.m. And we got to write some notes here about this train station. Because we've got a dead Chinaman with missing bag, right? We've got a couple Nick and Miss Charles, with dog Asta, and they're staying. I'll tell you the reason I'm writing this down. They're staying at the Mark Hopkins Hotel, and she says to him, we all get around this body. Cop says, "Did anyone see him?" And she says, "He was on the Rocky Clipper." Says someone in the group, it's the man with the dog. This is the man saying that he was on the car. He got on the train in Portland. So the Chinaman got on the train in Portland. So he's a very observant guy, this guy with the dog. And the wife says to him, "Don't get involved. You just finished a case." So is he a detective? Might we talk to him at the Mark Hopkins and get more information on yet another case? This Chinese man. Okay, so there's that. And then 3 is Nelson. Harry Nelson punches us and gets away in a cab. We don't see the cab company. We're too stunned. But he's with a knockout lady. She's blonde, curly hair, deep red lipstick. High quality clothing. So in the beginning, when we got the call from our friend, he describes Harry Nelson And Joyce Miller is 26, spinster, doesn't have much attention from guys. He's accused of stealing the family jewels. And he says she's a real dog, this daughter, the guy who calls us. What does she look like? A real plain Jane, mousy girl, 5'7", 125, washed out, dirty blonde hair. A real dog. Not very politically correct, this 1985 case of the 30s. Well, and our guy wants a drink. Okay. Well, it's 7:30 p.m. He wants a drink. One of the places we could go is to the bar where our other PIs hang out. How does our time schedule? Are there any other places that we need to go to in a certain amount of time? We went to the ranch. We haven't gone to the Pink Rat, but we think he's not going to show up there, so why bother? We did go to the train. So we got the train thing. We got to Ruiz. So all of our timeline stuff is done. Let's take a look at our lab reports and see if there's anything we care about. So the two lab reports here have 7-4 on them, but not a time. That's troubling. One is at Lindemann's, and one looks like it's something that we're not supposed to see yet. So I'm going to put off looking at those because we're not really to dig into them. Not really ready to dig into them. Wow, we've barely been any place today. If you look at the list of clues, we've been to almost none of them. And there are lots of places we want to go. Okay. 305 train station. Okay, 305 or 4, I guess we should say. 7:30 p.m. I wonder what will happen if we go to the Pink Rat. I mean, he's not going to be there, obviously. So you would think there'd be no point in going there. Let's go to our hangout point, Hunters, 33 New Montgomery, which is different, which is also, we could have gone there yesterday. It's like almost like we could go there every day. Let's just see what it's like. Let's get a feel for how this game handles this bar when we keep going there. So 273. It's 7:30. 273. Oh, here you are, says Tommy as they walk into my home away from home. A chap's been calling you. Said something about being a reporter. I didn't tell him any different, of course. Said he'd call again. No way to reach him. You know what that's about, right? Something about you being a reporter. I didn't tell him any different, of course. We visited... when we visited Scott Hayes' son, I think, someone told us about the labor issues that the Scott Hayes might be having. Everyone downplayed it and said it's probably not related to his murder. But they mention the main guy at the union that he's negotiating and fighting with is this guy Ferguson. And when we went to his house, he wasn't there. We talked to his wife, and we pretended to be a newspaper person. We left our number with her for him to get back to us. So I think that's what's happened here. We gave the bar number, and he's called the bar to reach us. Oh, Fitzgerald, yeah. Maybe Tom Fitzgerald's wife made me sound worth a conversation. At any rate, I have a good excuse to rest my tired feet and have a couple of drinks. I ordered a bourbon and puzzle on the Hayes question a while. I'm on my second drink when the phone rings. It's for me, and I perch on the wooden stool in the phone booth in the corner. My Mary said you're a reporter who wants to know what the unions and the Emporium strike. What is it you want to know? I don't know if this guy will fall for the same story I gave his wife, but I don't know what else to try. Yes, Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm doing a story on unions, and I was wondering what you could tell me about the situation in the city department stores. What paper are you from? He asks suspiciously. I'm prepared for this one. Most of the unions have strict boycott rules against the Hearst papers. I'm from the News, I say, naming the only local paper with even the slightest hint of impartiality. I sure hope he doesn't start checking my credentials too closely. Well, the real news is in the waterfront. We've tried to involve the stores. I'd like us not to stock any goods offloaded by scab labor. But all we can really work for is better conditions and more pay. How are your chances of getting them at the Emporium, for instance? Hayes is a tough negotiator, but I have to be honest and say that he is negotiating. He's made some concessions, not enough of course, but some, and we're very close to a contract. Have you heard about the old man's murder? Sure, I can say there wasn't any love lost between us, but I don't know who would have wanted to kill him. He was just an old-fashioned, hard-working man who still believed in paternalism where his workers were concerned. You're not trying to tell me that somebody's trying to pin this murder on some poor working stiff? No, I haven't heard that at all. I just thought I'd ask. This fight is rightly between labor and bosses, but now it seems to be between rival mobsters. I think we're playing with fire. We'd be better off without their strong-arm tactics. Can you name a few names for me? Your paper would never print them, and I don't really know anything about you anyway, but I'll tell you this much, I don't trust any of them. That Marius and Porter is working hand in hand with the police and the likes of the plant and the traitorous Ryan. And Mirabelli is no better. He's trying to infiltrate and use the union for his own purposes. Have Marius or Mirabelli been involved in the negotiations at the Emporium? Hey, mister, you're asking an awful lot of questions about the store. What kind of article are you writing anyway? Uh-oh, I spooked him. I guess I can reach you at this number if I want to talk more. With that, he hangs up on me. I throw the rest of my bourbon down my throat and wave goodbye to Tommy on my way out. All right, so, and then it says 1 hour. So we're down already to 8:30 p.m. All right, let's make a note. At 2:73, when we went to our bar, we talked to Fitzgerald. So 2:73 was Hunter's talk Fitzgerald, the labor guy. And what does he tell us? He tells us that these labor negotiations, first of all, everything's fine with Hayes and the Emporium. The union people wouldn't be trying to kill him. But he does say that the damn mafia gangland people are using this proxy police fight as a proxy war. They're fighting. So the fight is between labor and bosses, but now it's between rival mobsters. And he says Marius is working hand in hand with the police. So Marius sent people in there to say, kill the police and shoot a gun in the air or something to get the police to attack them or make the police look good, make the union look bad. So he says that Marius and Porter is working hand in hand with the police and the likes of the plant and that traitorous Ryan. So he says Marius works with police. Marius is deeply involved in our case and the horse. But who is traitorous Ryan? We don't know. R-Y-A-M. We don't know who that is. And then he says Mirabelli, who is the other mobster boss. Mirabelli is trying to infiltrate the Union. So those two mobsters are going after each other. Mobsters are after him. Alright. And now it's 8:30. Alright. Now we don't know where Mirabelli is, but we one of our informants is supposed to know about mob stuff. Bookie knows gambling, that's Nick Lucas. Numbers runner knows Gangland Society, Joseph Marino. Okay, well he is in our clue points. So I think it's time to go talk to him. So let's go talk to Joe Marino about Gangland stuff. .306. Nah, I've heard nothing about Hayes. You know I would tell you. I'm sure it's no one in Mirabelli's gang. 15 minutes. That's the exact same thing he said to us last time. He's like, it's nothing to do with Mirabelli. He's always telling us it's nothing to do with Mirabelli. .306. Is that the same thing as he said back here? 306. same paragraph. So we could have known that. Okay. Well, the day's almost over, but we could try to look up that fingerprint. How about that? So the fingerprint we found was, there are notes here, fingerprint 1003. Alright, let's go to the DMV fingerprint division 428. And that's the same as it was before. And it takes 1 hour, so that brings us to 9:45. Which brings us to the end of our day. Okay, so we're looked up fingerprints. 1003 is the one we have on file, and it's not in here. Okay, so not on mugshot, not at DMV. Okay, so it's an unknown fingerprint. We could look it up in the FBI. Let's look if it's the same as before. So the FBI yesterday was 432, and the FBI today is the same 432. Well, I happen to remember that the FBI only had, we'll check it, it's not a real, I'm not even going to count it, only had entries for those two. So, yeah, so I didn't actually go there. So we happen to know that they don't know those fingerprints. Those are the only two fingerprints that they have. All right, so we've got a fingerprint that doesn't seem to match anyone. Let's just make, yeah, W5, that was it. All right, well. We've got time for one more clue. Let's see. I've got a note here that I know what 406 Stockton was, but I didn't write down a little thing saying what it was, which I've been trying to do. So let's see if it's, is it one of our informants? No. So where did we hear about 406 Stockton? That's bad detectiving that I didn't write down why we know what 406 Stockton is. Here it is, Pink Rat. Okay, gotta write this down, Pink Rat. All right, let's end our day by going for a drink at the Pink Rat and remembering Ruiz. We'll toast to Ruiz at his favorite spot. .406 seems thematically appropriate. I like the Pink Rat. It has that mix of Latin color and San Francisco fog that makes for a good place to drink. The tables are clean and spaced well apart. If it needs anything professionally, it might be more tables near the walls. I give my hat and coat to a pretty senorita near the door. I go into the main lounge where I'm supposed to meet Romeo Ruiz. I take a seat at the bar. I don't know the tender. He says his name is Bob. I ask him if he's seen Hayes' jockey. Didn't you know? He asks. That's why I'm on this shift. Joaquin is his brother. Romeo was killed down at Hayes' ranch after the race. Joaquin went down there and they called me in to replace him. They say a horse stepped on him or something. Doesn't sound straight. Joaquin says the local cops are checking into it. Damned luck. He won the race and everything. Was going to get married to that little girl. What's her name? You never met her? Real beauty and perfect for Romeo. Her name was Carmelita. Carmelita Biggie, I think. I hardly knew Romeo, but Joaquin used to talk about his famous brother a lot. Really cared about the kid. Said this girl was devoted to him. Time 1 hour. Okay, that was clue 88. So it wasn't useless, but we I think we were told about Carmelita before. No, here was 88. All right, so our day is over. We could go knock on the door of Carmelita at night. See how she's holding up. I think we'll do. I think we'll. Oh, sorry, right here. Yeah, I mean it's after 10, but we're gonna bend the rules a little, and we're gonna head out to comfort Carmelita. So it takes. It's in San Mateo, so we would look up, just so you see how this is done. I mean, you saw it the first game we played, but we look up this chart. We're going from San Francisco to San Mateo, which is requiring my glasses for this small type. San Mateo is 40 minutes, so we're getting there at 11:30 at night, which technically the game should force us to end the day, but we're going to do it anyway. And we're meeting her at 3:14. We already met her at the racetrack, if you'll remember. She did seem like a good woman. If it's before 3 o'clock, go to 144. After 3 o'clock, sorry, 3:14. So before, if after, 166. So let's write it down. I've got a 306 here. What was 306? Did I not make any notes? Yeah, nothing. Okay. So then we went to 314, which is Carmelita. And then we got a choice. Which was before 3. We could go to 144. After 3, we go to 166, which is where we're going to go, but we are going to make a note here that we could go to 144 or 166, and we're going to 166. The small pretty girl with the dark black hair is dressed in black, and her mother hovers near her as I try to talk to her. Her sobs are deep and frequent. I ask her about Romeo Ruiz, but she can only repeat, "We were to marry soon. Why this happened?" I try to ask her that question, but she says only, "I do not know. Romeo is a good man. Why would anyone want to kill him?" "You don't think it was the horse?" "Oh no, horses love Romeo. He could never die to them. Why this happened?" she says, breaking into a new round of sobs. "Now I know this is terribly hard for you, Miss Biggie. He was a fine man, and I'm anxious to find out why he died. You'll have to help me with whatever information you have. Anything might be helpful, any small thing at all." Her mother looks very protective, but the girl looks up. Her grief-filled eyes show a flash of anger. "I know little, for I trusted Romeo to protect us both. I only know that he must have been the men who came to the ranch. They tried to make him lose. He would not. They hit him, but he never gave in. He would tell me nothing of them, except that they were not from here in California. They must be the ones. Find them, senor." The mother reads her daughter's gesture and puts herself between me and the daughter, moving me toward the door. Okay, so 166 says killers from outside California. Suspects the killers from outside suspects killers outside California. I mean, that's just the same story we've been hearing all along. Hired killers outside California. That doesn't mean that they weren't called in by the local gangsters. Okay, so that's the end of our first playthrough of day 2. We haven't even seen maybe half of the clues from day 2. So this is obviously exactly what we've talked about in the beginning, where if you were playing with 2 people, you would go through double these clues. One player would have done our paths, another player would have done the other things. So we have to play this multiple times, and we will come back. Last time we played enough of it that I sort of wrapped up the final clues, which we kind of knew weren't critical, off camera. But that's not going to happen here. We've only played 3 hours. We went through this day very quickly because we did so many things that took up so much game time, but not real clock time. So we'll take a break here, and we'll come back and we'll start our second playthrough of day 2 and see if we can make more progress on these different leads. And now I'm invested in this killing of Romeo. I mean, this was a good guy, a stand-up guy that died a brutal death. I feel like I want revenge now for this. So we're going to get these guys. All right. So I'll see you in a little bit. But good time to remind you that if you like this content, consider subscribing to the channel, clicking the like or notification button, and maybe even considering becoming a Patreon supporter. So I'll see you in the next video. This is our Gumshoe campaign. We're on day 2. This is our second playthrough of day 2, in fact. Let's give a little recap of our first playthrough. First playthrough, day started at 9 a.m. We heard on the radio a robbery at a jewelry store. We rushed over to the jewelry store. The robbers made a run for it in their cars. We decided to follow them in a car chase. Then one guy crashed his car, shot his car. In fact, I'm not sure we made a note of that, but it was very suspicious that he shot his own car in the gas tank to blow it up. Then he ran. We made a decision at that point to chase him instead of continuing the car chase with the others. We actually had to trail him and lost him and trailed him again into Chinatown. We made a couple of decisions there. We found where he was in a restaurant, but we couldn't tell which one he was. We decided to stay when one of them left. Turned out it was the wrong one. But we did get his fingerprints from a glass. That ate up most of our morning. In the afternoon, we mostly decided this day to do the timed stuff, the scheduled stuff. So then at 1 p.m., we went and watched the horse race at Tanforan from our case 1 from yesterday. And we met with Romeo Ruiz, the jockey, the upstanding jockey. We saw him get into a confrontation with a big boss in a black Cadillac and his right-hand man. We decided, they threatened him at that point. We decided to follow that car. So we followed it quite a bit to the docks here, to dock 20. And we saw the guy in the car, the big boss, talk to some people. And he basically looked like he sent some people to infiltrate the union protesters and shoot a gun and yell death to the cops or shoot the cops. And that brought out a whole melee between the cops and the dock workers. And then we followed the car more, and it ended up in over here in Marius Imports. And we saw, actually we staked it out, and we saw the guy, the old man, the big boss, get out with a cane. And it was this big fat guy named Marius, the head of one of these crime lords, J.F. Fats Marius at 24 California Street. So we basically, it looks like we've identified the top guy who may be responsible for killing Scott Hayes and ordering the hit in order to be involved with this horse. So that was pretty huge, but that ate most of our afternoon up. One of the 2 top gangland people, and we heard the people talking about how this union fight looked like it was becoming a proxy war for different gangsters, one on the side of the cops and one on the side of the union. So that was that. That was our morning and our afternoon. And then we went and met the train. If you remember, there was a third case for day 2 where another PI told us about this guy, Harry Nelson, who's on a train from San Francisco, having run away with the daughter of a rich woman with their jewels. We staked out the train that they were coming in around 7 p.m. And we heard quite a bit of activity on the train. A Chinaman got off with a bag. A couple got off with a dog that sounded like he might be a detective or another PI, because she was like, "You just had a case about this." We saw our guy, Harry Nelson, come off the train, but with a super attractive model-looking woman, not the mousy, ugly woman that we were told he was on the train escaping with. We confronted him and he punched us in the face and knocked us out before we knew what was happening, and then escaped in a cab. While we were recovering from that, there was a commotion. It turned out that the Chinaman was dead on the street and someone had stolen his bag. That's when we overheard the couple saying, with the wife saying, you just finished a case, don't get involved. And we heard about what hotel they were going to, which we wrote down. That may have been the end of our night. I mean, that was at 7. I guess we had a couple more hours. But I don't see much more. It looks like we went and talked to the wife of... Oh, we met back up with Romeo Ruiz, the jockey, who wanted to meet and talk with us about some information he had about the people who were trying to make him throw the race. And we found him dying. A horse had basically bucked and kicked him and killed him. I mean, he basically died a brutal death. And we found the hypodermic needle that was used to give the horse a shot to make him go wild. So we took that as evidence. So we know that they basically had Ruiz killed. Surely it was J.F. Fats Marius that did that. And we were thinking how, like, that guy was a good guy. That jockey was a good stand-up guy. He was about to get married. He was doing the right thing. So now I feel like we have some real motivation to catch the bad guys. But that was the end of day 1. Sorry, that was the end of our first playthrough of day 2. And now we're going to play through it again. That's the mechanic of this game. If you had multiple players, you would all go down different paths and cover double or triple the number of clues. But if you play through it solo, you're going to have to play through it multiple times. And it's up to us to think about how we want to interpret that. The first time we played on day 1, we did it differently. We sort of decided to branch off when we wanted to do 2 things. We just said, okay, imagine we call a detective to go do this. That's the most realistic. But in retrospect, I was thinking that sort of eliminates some of the tension of trying to make good decisions. And that it's better if you're forced to follow one path till the end of the day, and then you pay a cost to making wrong decisions, and then you have to wait till you get more information. So we've done it differently this time. We went through one path one day, we kept track of our time, and now we're going to play through it again. And I was thinking maybe a good way to think about it is sort of like you're watching a TV show and they're showing you from the perspective of this person, they go through some time, and then it sort of rewinds and shows you the start of the day from the perspective of someone else. So that's how I'm going to try to interpret it. I'm going to pretend that we're a different detective now, and it's a TV show, and we're now seeing it from the perspective of a different detective at this agency who's now starting the day at 9 a.m. So we're going to put aside the first version of the day and start our day again. This is day 2, part 2. We're going to start at 9 a.m. So we're starting at our office. I want to point out a couple things. I was looking at this again. One of the things he talks about at the start of this day is he says, I could go to Fleischhacker and join the rest of the office for the 4th of July picnic. With Blackie's death yesterday, it would be more like a wake. I tried to find where Fleischhacker is. I did find it in the directory. It's here. It's Fleischhacker's playground and swimming pool. But there's no entry for it here. And I couldn't find an address for it. It looks like it might be 48th Avenue. So we do have a 46th Avenue. But it's not in the phone book. Fleischhacker. I'm pretty sure it's not in the phone book. Yeah, it's not in the phone book, so there's no address to go to. So maybe that's just for flavor. And I did see something that looks very tempting. when our guy calls us up and tells us about Harry Nelson, which you remember has escaped off the train. He's escaped around 6 or 7 p.m., so we don't want to start looking for him until then. But he describes him, white male, 36, 5'10". He says, and he stole $300,000 worth of jewelry and stuff. Okay, but he says, we say, you think he could be headed for San Francisco? And he says, could be. I know that Nelson has relatives there, a brother or a sister, not sure. So I'm thinking that maybe we find his relative, Nelson. So let's look what we got here. So, in fact, there's a whole bunch of Nelsons. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 Nelsons that we could have to stake out. And if we look at one of these, here's Nelson Arnett, 6828 46th Avenue, which is here, 6828 46th Avenue. So, in fact, I'm guessing that a lot of these, there were, if you'll remember, there were a lot of locations here that we didn't know what they were yet. But I'm thinking they might be all Nelsons. So let's just go through this and mark a little N next to all the Nelsons. Benjamin Nelson's at 651 Fell. There's another one. So yeah, this is the mechanic here. Chris Nelson is at 22 Fairfield, which is there. Clarence Nelson is 1115 Castro, which is there. It's pretty cool mechanic. Edward Nelson, 23 Demonford. So you can see this game is very much a sort of shoe leather work. Is that what they call it? You know, lots of leg work, lots of going through the fingerprints, tracking down the different people. I mean, I like it. I like that. I like that nod to realism. 2025-23 Harrison. That's another Nelson family. 1626 Ulua. So I don't know if we're supposed to just knock on doors till we find him. 1025 Bayshore. Or if we would get some of these would be ruled out by something. Like maybe we're going to be told somewhere he was visiting his sister. Then we can skip the ones that are male or female, although they could be married. 265 Hill. 1268 Utah. It's just nice to see 2940 Van Ness. How many of these locations are just Nelsons? It looks like most of these. We thought there were so many. 444 Hyde. We thought there were so many clues that we didn't know that were going to get revealed, but it turns out they're all Nelsons. Something just occurred to me though. 115 Gauche. So I noticed down here on our list of clues, 50 Walter. Oh, I'm trying to connect two cases. 10 Walter is where our chauffeur Roland from last time was hiding. So I was thinking, oh, is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 10 Walter? Then I was thinking, oh, maybe these people are right next to him, but they're not connected, that case, as far as we know. 115 Go, we already got that one. 180 Mallorca Way. That's another N. That's it. Okay. Well, the Walter Street one didn't get marked by a Nelson. So maybe that is still related to ours, or maybe we're going to stake out 10 Walter from 50 Walter. That's an interesting idea. All right, so if you look at this, let me show you a closer view here. So if you look at our clue points, the whole left side is basically Nelsons. All the ones that we didn't know, aside from our usual informants. Most of them are Nelsons, and then we've got one more Nelson up here on 46th Street. we still got some unknowns. We don't know what 50 Walter Street is, although I'm thinking that's related to our 10 Walter Street hideout of Roland. And then we've got some addresses. We don't know what they are. 214 28th, that was the original safe house where we found the 4 fingerprints yesterday. And then we've got some other stuff. I've made circles on the right-hand side for clues we've looked at, or clues that are the same as they were yesterday. And so essentially we've looked at them. All right, so now we have a choice. We could completely disregard the jewelry store heist. Remember, it's 9 a.m. We just heard on the radio they're being robbed. Or we could go there again and do a different path of making decisions. Last time we got in a car chase and then a foot chase. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're still going to go to the jewelry store. It's early in the morning. Let's go to the jewelry store, but let's stay and hang out at the jewelry store and see find out what's going on at the scene of that crime. So the jewelry store, if we've written our notes here properly, is Lindemann, 233 Post Street, which I do want to mark down. I think we decided it was, yeah, it had to be in Chinatown somewhere, because that's where we got into a chase. But let's just look it up. We might as well do this right and find out where that robbery was. D11 is the area where Post Street is. Let's see, do you see Post Street? There's Polk, there's Post. Okay, there's Post, there's, looks like 500 Post. So somewhere in here is our jewelry store. Okay, let's go down to 233 Post and read for the second time what's going on at the robbery. I walked a couple of short blocks to Lindemann's and see a swarm of black squad cars parked at various angles blocking the street and each other. Lanza struts back and forth with bullhorn in hand. I spot my old friend McGreedy and am headed over to say hello when the doors burst outward and several men pour out amid the confusion which Lanza is so good at creating. They jump into cars and speed away amidst shouts and bullets. Several cop cars manage to untangle themselves and without any serious mishaps and hightail it after the jewel thieves. McGreedy is only a few paces away. He shouts above the din, "Hop on in, Gumshoe, I could use the company." If you want to hop in with McGreedy, go to clue 197, which is what we did last time. If you don't want to join him, go to 242. Now, I just want to remind myself, 242 is not an existing clue, right? Just want to make sure there's not like one of these things like we could get to that just by going to the scene later. It's not. So I think this time we're going to say, we'll give it a pass. You chase him. We're going to stay at 242. Okay, so this time we're going to 242. So I'm going to mark that we did the first one last time. Now we're doing the second one. We're going to 242. And in our book here, at 9 a.m. we went to 317, which led us to 242. Let's see what 242 says. So this is new to us. If this is your first visit, go to clue 119. If you'd like to return, go to clue 19. That's unusual. Well, this is our first visit, so we're going to go to 119. But we got to write this down. So 242 goes to 119 or 19. And we're going to 119. All right. And I should write this down here also, right? 342 is Lindemann. Not 342 is Lindemann. 317 to 342. This is Lindemann. Okay, so first visit 119, second visit 19. All right, 119. There is something unworldly and disorienting about the Francis apartment as I step into its seedy lobby from the thick fog that covers this area of the city. Let me just make sure this is the... Is that right? Kind of make sure sometimes. I don't want to read stuff you shouldn't have. So we went to 317 at Windemann's. If you don't want to join McGreedy, go to 242. Okay. 242. Oh, sorry. I read the wrong thing. I don't know what I read. I read 342. Okay, good. It's good. I double checked that. So 242, not... Okay, 242 doesn't go to 119 and 19. 242 says, the sergeant's black squad car screeches off from the curb and takes off down the street, siren wailing. Other police cars lend their voices to the din that gradually begins to fade. Suddenly the area around the Lindemann jewelry store, so crowded before, seems practically deserted, and now it wants us to move the clock up to 11. Really? That seems like a ripoff. I guess we're supposed to get in that car and chase him. Alright, so we just wasted 2 hours. I might be playing this day a third time. And that's it, huh? Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that we couldn't chase down. I thought we were going to get to see the scene of the Lindemann's and talk to people. And now there's another set of chase paths that we didn't do. Okay. Let's talk to the police about this jewelry heist. I'm thinking we do a little bit of jewelry heist today on this second playthrough. So our informants here, Joe DaCosta is the police department. Joe Marino is the numbers runner. The stolen goods pawn shop is 112 Fillmore. I'm inclined to go there. He might know about pawning stuff, but I don't see it here. I don't see the Fillmore entry. Let's go to the police station. Let's go to City Hall, which has the police station. So 371 is where I'm going to go. $371. The station is abuzz with talk of the Lindemann holdup. Joe DaCosta has the day off, and no one here is interested in talking to a private dick. 15 minutes. Okay. So the cops don't want to talk to us about it. There's nothing else at City Hall. That's interesting. Well, the last time we played through, we got a fingerprint of one of the guys. But we couldn't find him in a mugshot, and the DMV didn't have a record of him. All right. Well, since I'm almost done with all of these named places, I'm going to go talk to the lawyer. Scott Hayes' lawyer, who we think might be involved in somewhere. So this 275. I ring the doorbell a number of times, but get no answer. 15 minutes. Well, that's another dead end. 275 and the first one 371. 275. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay. Well, we're not ready to check out the Nelsons because the train hasn't even come in. We've got the bookie. I would like to go to the pawn shop guy, but he's not here. Who's Bill? Oh, Bill Hayes is the son. We could talk to the son. Got all these places we don't know what they are. Let's look at our lab reports. Are we over here? So here is our lab report from Scott Hayes and Howard Black being killed. Here's the robbery of Lindemann Jewelry. It doesn't have a time when it's available, but it says 7/4. I wonder if that means we're allowed to use it. And then this one is completely separate case that we don't know anything about, but is also for. I really wonder if we're supposed to be able to see these on the day of. Like if this is July 4th, should we not be able to see them until July 5th? Like they wouldn't have had time to write this up yet, so I'm reluctant to look at that yet. We're just gonna put that off. All right, well, let's just fill some time here. Let's go talk to Bill Hayes, the son of Scott Hayes, which I don't think, I mean, we don't think he's involved at all. If I look at him yesterday, 244, but it is a different entry. All right, let's look at him again. Let's go look at him. Sorry, this is 275,371. All right, it's 11:30. We're going to 294 to talk to the son, Scott's son. Maybe he has information for us. No one seems to be home. There doesn't seem to be any reason to wait around or break in. 15 minutes, okay. It's 11:45, so a lot of dead ends here. 294. Okay, and we got a whole bunch of Nelsons, which we're not going to go to yet. I recognize Mickey's Bar. That's where one of the detectives were. Someone was hanging out at Mickey's Bar. Let's go to Mickey's Bar and see if we can remember who was hanging out there. Right, I'm going to go there. I'm going to look at yesterday's, just see what it was. It was 4701. Oh, Bannon. He was the other detective. 99. Oh, it's the same exact thing. Same entry from before. So we don't need to go to it. But if we wanted to remind ourselves what we saw yesterday, it was... Mickey tells me that Bannon came in about 5:30 and closed the place down. Wasn't drunk though, but a lot of the guys who sat near him didn't look so good. They're just talking about the dead PI. Alright. Well, this day is looking a lot less busy than we thought. I feel like not getting in that car was a little bit of a trick. Well, I guess it was a choice, so it was real. We could talk to the bookie. And we don't know what these places are yet. We don't know what 750 14th Avenue is or 411 15th Avenue is all about. And we don't know what all these places are out of the city. Sausalito, San Rafael, San Jose. I wonder if there are other Nelsons there. Should we look up Nelsons in Oakland? Let's see. Now that makes me think. Oakland, Nelson, Hans, 3385 Market. Yep, that's a Nelson. How about San Jose? San Jose. Nelson, Osgood, 4253. Yep. Okay. How about, what else we got? San Rafael. Nelson, Dana, 139 4th Street. Yep. So, these additional addresses out on the outskirts of San Francisco that I was like, what are they? They're more Nelson relatives. San Mateo. No Nelson in San Mateo. How about Sausalito? Sausalito, Nelson Forest, 4502. Yep. Alright, let's just double check this mystery one in San Mateo. 452 Barneson. Is that an entry here too? No. San Mateo. No Nelson in San Mateo. In Oakland we did 3385. Alright, so it looks like most of these addresses are Nelsons. And yet it seems pointless to go there before the train comes in, which doesn't give us much time, especially if we have to leave the city. Then we've got a couple of addresses that we don't know what they're from. We can go see the bookie. And some of the addresses that we do know what they're from, we've already been there. They're the same as yesterday. Let's go to 50 Walter, which is right across the street from where our chauffeur is hiding out. But before we do, let me find on the map where Walter is. Let's remind ourselves. Walter Street is F10. F10. Is that Walter or Waller? Walter, F10. Alright, let's see what we got here. F10. Walter Street. That's Waller. F10. There's Walter Street. Okay, so if you'll remember, yesterday we tracked down, on day one, we tracked down finally our guy, Roland and Opal, to 10 Walter Street. So 50 is just like up the block. I mean, so yeah, so I'm going to go to 50 and just look at whether it's us going to the nearby thing to stake it out. If it says something like, no, okay, it doesn't, it's not related to us hanging out. It's related to us directly going there. I wonder if it could be a typo and should be 10 Walter though. It says the door is firmly locked and no one answers my insistent pounding. Time 30, so I feel like we didn't really go there. I don't even know if we're supposed to be going there. Are we sure that it's 1050 Walter Street? Are we sure the clue from yesterday was 10 Walter Street? It was at 369 according to my notes where we watched them. So I'm looking back at yesterday's thing. Sharply onto Walter where it stops immediately. Roland heads back to the Marmon as the woman moves up the walk to number 10 Walter. Okay, well, it is 10 Walter. All right. And we followed the Marius guy to 24 California, but that's not an entry here for us to go to. I'd like to talk to the guy that knows about gangland stuff. Which one is he? He never gives us good information though. Gangland stuff is Joseph Marino. Joseph Marino is 306. We already talked to him. Or he's the same as before. He says, I don't think anyone's involved in it. We could start going to the Nelsons. There's not much else to do here. I mean, there's a whole bunch of Lindemann things that we missed out on. Unless we're allowed to go back and do that chase again. It's a little unclear. Let's start tracking down Nelson's in San Francisco proper. I'm guessing for game reasons it's probably outside of Oakland, but I don't know why else. I don't know where else to get information to narrow it down. We can't go to the newspaper to find out. What about that hotel? I did want to go to the hotel that those two people in the train were talking about. The hotel was the... here. So at the train station, there was a dead Chinaman, which we might want to reread that again. Nick and Miss Charles, with the dog Asta, staying at the Mark Hopkins. Is he a detective? So let's read that again to remind ourselves there was a lot going on there. I arrive at the Southern Pacific Depot 10 minutes before the Rocky Clipper is due in, which means I only have to wait 30 minutes before it appears. I light a smoke and prop myself inconspicuously behind one of the plaster Greek pillars. From this vantage point, I can watch the passengers without being obvious. Not many people traveling this Independence Day. The last whoosh of steam, sounding like the dying breath of some primeval monster, covers the platform with a ghost-like white fog. The disembarking passengers push their way through the ghostly ectoplasm. First the sailor, walking fast, duffel bag flung over his right shoulder. Right on his heels is a small Chinaman, a long black overcoat buttoned tight around his neck, black felt hat pulled down on his head only a fraction of an inch above his beady black eyes. He carries a small black leather bag clutched tightly in his right hand, his left shoved deep into the pocket of his great black coat. He pauses, placing the small bag on the ground next to him. His beady eyes survey the station while he lights a cheroot, sending a cloud of dark smoke into the air. He picks up his satchel and moves quickly toward the side exit. Two more figures emerge from the steam, an elderly couple, a tall gray-haired gentleman in an expensive-looking camel hair coat, and, holding his arm, a small woman dressed in black, a tightly woven black veil covering her face. Tightly woven black veil. I wonder if they're relatives of Scott Hayes coming to his wake. They are followed by a Negro porter pushing a cart piled high with luggage. Close behind is a yapping black and white terrier straining at its leash. On the other end of the leash is a beautiful, stylishly dressed young woman whose lithe, slender figure is no match for the terrier's pugnacious determination to bite the porter's heels. "Asta, stop it, Asta," shouts the young woman. She turns to the man walking a few paces behind, a broad smile on his face. "Nick, please take Asta." The man takes the leash. "Asta!" The dog stops in its tracks, almost tripping the young woman. "Asta, to the bar," directs the man. The dog takes off, pulling his master across the station to the pink neon sign that says cocktails, leaving the young woman standing, hands on hips. "Could you see that our bags get to the Mark Hopkins?" the young woman asks the porter as she slips him $1. "Yes'm, Miss Charles." The young woman heads for the pink flashing sign. The next couple of passengers make me stand up straight and snuff out my cigarette. The man is about 5'10" tall with reddish blonde hair. This is our Harry Nelson. Blue eyes and quite handsome. From this distance I can't tell if he has a small scar under his lip, but everything else matches the description of Harry Nelson. Everything, that is, except his companion. It is a woman, but no plain Jane. She's a knockout blonde. Her shoulder-length golden curls frame a face that is cream white with lips thick and deep red. Her clothes are the best quality and style. They are moving fast across the station toward the waiting taxis. "Mr. Nelson," I shout as the couple passes me. "May I have a word with you?" He doesn't look up. I grab his shoulder. He turns and gives me a strong right hook to the side of my head, knocking me down to the curb. It stuns me for a moment or two, long enough for Nelson to get away in the taxi. It happens so fast I don't even notice the cab company. As I pick myself up off the ground, I hear a loud scream from around the corner. I run to see what's happening. There on the sidewalk lies the small Chinaman that I saw get off the train a few minutes ago. His hat lies next to him, but I don't see the small black bag he was carrying with such care. I'm about to examine him more closely when a policeman, followed by a group of people, comes around the corner. "What goes on here?" asks the cop. "I heard a scream," I say. The cop bends over the body and feels the wrist for a pulse. "He's dead," he pronounces. "Anyone know him?" "He was on the Rocky Clipper," says someone in the group. "It's the man with the dog. He got on the train in Portland. Strange little man." "Oh, Nicky, don't get involved. You just finished a case," says his companion. The dog barks as if to give his opinion. They seem to understand him. My head's still ringing from Nelson's right hook. Maybe a drink will help. So there's another whole case, a dead Chinese guy who got his bag stolen. That couple were going to the Mark Hopkins, so if we look up the Mark Hopkins Hotel, Mark Hopkins Hotel is on California and Mason. California and Mason. But that is not an address here. That's troubling. So we can't go meet up with them there. Maybe a drink would help. That sounds like it's suggesting... let's look up where this train station is. Southwestern Pacific Depot. Southwestern Pacific Railroad, 65 Market Street. 65 Market Street, which is G9 and E12. So it's either here G9. So there's a Market Street here. G9. Take a look at this. G9, I don't see Market Street. Let's take a look at what the E12, there's Market Street, okay. So it could be here. Oh, there's Market here too. I don't see California. Let's see where E12 is and see if there's a California crossing it. Well, there's California and there's Market, so I guess we're led to believe that the hotel is there on Market in California. There. But I don't know how that helps us. I just don't know. Well, we've got a couple other places that we know. Let's go see the bookie that we know about, 397. Let's see what he has to say. So it's noon, we're going to go to 397, the bookie. Nick, why are you looking for him here? Your best bet would be Tanforan. I'm sure he wouldn't miss today's race. Time 30 minutes. So, alright. It's just telling us we should have gone to Tanforan, which we already did on our first playthrough. Wow, so we're really coming to a dead end today without much progress. We can start going to the Nelsons. I don't know what these other places are. 750 14th Avenue, 411 15th Avenue. And then just this one place in San Mateo. Barneston, huh? San Mateo is where the ranch and everything is. wouldn't be a terrible idea to put markers where these things are. I'm going to replace these with these so we don't have any gold here. Just normal. I'll use this gold for this one. These two mysterious places, 14th Avenue and 15th Avenue, are all the way over here, 14th and 15th Avenue. So I don't know where along here, but they're all the way on this side of the place, which we've got nothing going on. All right, let's knock on a few of these Nelson doors and see if they reveal anything. The first one is at 336. Let's just knock on this Nelson door and see what they have to say, even though it's a little early for us to be showing up. Train hasn't come in. I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Surely you must realize that Nelson is a common name. 15 minutes. Okay. 12:45. Maybe it's good for us to do these before he comes in from the train, so we can be ready for him. 3:07 is the next one. I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Surely you must realize that Nelson is a common name. Okay, now it's 1 p.m. So I'll make a list of these as we go through them. So that's what we're doing today. We're knocking on Nelson doors, I guess. Okay, next one up is 323. I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Sure, you must realize that Nelson is a common name. Alright, it's alright. We don't mind doing this work. This is detective work. That's 323. Castro's 152. The door is locked, firmly locked, and no one answers my insistent pounding. 152. 152. Huh. There's 2 entries for 152. Unless I'm reading, it's a little bit of a. No, it is 152. Okay, so 152 is a generic, no one's answering the door. So I guess we have to make a note here that 115 Castro is a question mark because no one answered the door there. Right? So no one's denied it. And just because they deny that they don't have any relatives doesn't mean they don't have a relative. But we're using our detective sense to spot when they're lying. Alright, next up 336. I have no relative, okay. 307 Fairfield Way. I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Surely you must realize Nelson's okay, so 323, then we want 152, then we want 336, then we want 307, next up 294, no one seems to be home. There doesn't seem to be any reason to wait around or break in. So 294 is another one of these cases where, sorry, I should write down the address, not just a number. This is 651 Fell. 651 Fell, which is 294. These are no one home. All right. 336. 336 next. no relative named Harry. There's 336. Okay, next one is a 152, which we already know is a no one home. So 2523 Harrison is also no one home. All right. Next up is a 323, which we know, we've seen that kind of answer before. 323 is I have no relative. Okay. Well, this is detective work. It's almost 3 p.m. This is what we're doing today. 307. We're going to Hyde Street. 307 is I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Surely you must realize it's a common name. Okay. 307. Now it's 3 p.m. Next up, 294. 294, we've seen that answer before. 294 is no one's home. So we've got to mark that as a no one home, which is 180 Mallorca Way. Okay, it's another no one's home. Okay, 1626 Uroa goes to 336. 336 is no relative. Next one is a 152. We know what that is. That's a no one's home. So we got to mark it here as a possibility. 1268 Utah. Walter Street we have no reason to go to, but it's a 152. We did see that that's no one's home. Put a big question mark here. I do not know how we're supposed to get directed to 50 Walter Street. Okay, so here's another Nelson at 323. 323 is no relative named Harry. Wow. Okay. Well, it's almost 4 p.m. We've gone to all of the Nelsons except the ones outside of San Francisco. So I think it's time to go outside San Francisco. I mean, this day is almost over anyway, and it's a waste. We didn't chase the diamond people. So let's start traveling outside of San Francisco. First up, we're going to go to Oakland. So if we want to go to Oakland, we flip over to Clue 100, and we see that from San Francisco to Oakland, it takes 20 minutes. So we add 20 minutes, so from 3:30 it goes to 3:50. Okay, now we're in Oakland, 3385 Market Street, we turn to number 307. I have no relative named Harry Nelson, okay? So we've crossed it off. Now we've got to go to San Jose from Oakland. So we look up Clue 100. We're in San Jose. We're in Oakland. We need to go to San Jose. San Jose is 20. So from Oakland to San Jose is 65 minutes. So it went from 4 p.m. to 5:05 p.m. Okay, and now we're going to look up 336. 336, I have no relative. Okay. It's now 5:20 p.m. Each of those takes up 15 minutes. Now we got to go to, no, we're not going to San Mateo because we don't know anything there, but we are going to go to San Rafael. So from San Jose to San Rafael. Okay, from San Jose to San Rafael. It's 23. 120 minutes. 120 minutes. Love it. Okay. So 1 hour and 40 minutes brings us to 7 p.m. And we end up in San Rafael. Wow. Lots of time traveling today. Alright, San Rafael, 294. No one seems to be home. There doesn't seem to be any reason to wait around. So we do need to make a note that no one's home. We went there. So in San Rafael, which is far away, 139 4th Street, no one home. Okay, now I've got a Sausalito address. So from San Rafael to Sausalito. Okay, San Rafael to Sausalito. $25 minutes. So it's 7:15 plus 25, 7:40. Okay. Sausalito. Okay, 3:23. I have no relative named Harry Nelson. Surely you must realize that Nelson is a common name. Okay. So we've gone to all of the Nelson names in the phone book where he could be going. Everyone denies that he's headed, that they know that they have a Harry Nelson. And then 6 addresses. There's no one home. Six addresses, there's no one home. So you could imagine that maybe on a future day we will find him in one of these addresses if we can recognize it. That is interesting. It's an interesting mechanic. I don't know whether we should have wasted our whole day doing that. I really thought that when we overheard that couple in the train talking about taking their bags to the Mark Anthony, what was it? What was the hotel they went to? The Mark Hopkins. I thought for sure that we were going to be able to find him there and get some information about the Chinese guy. But it doesn't seem like the Mark Hopkins is a place we can go. It's not on our list here. And then there was a little hint about like maybe I could use a drink, but there's the Terminal Cafe at 60 Market Street. Well, we can know from looking this, the only places we haven't gone, there's a place in San Mateo that I don't know what that's related to. Then there's two addresses on 14th and 15th Avenue that I don't know what they're related to. We went to 307. Did we go? Let me just make sure we went to this. We did go to this Nelson. We checked it out. We went to this Walter Street, even though we weren't sure why. That bothers me a little, but 152. Is 152 and no one's home? Yeah, I'm going to make a note here of 50 Walter, no one home, even though I don't know if this is related to our Nelson. It's not a Nelson address proper that I can tell, unless I missed it. Yeah, there's no Walter at, there's no Nelson at 150 Walter. I don't know why that's there, but there's no one home. I'm thinking that that's our 10 Walter where they were hiding out. That's where I would want to go. There's a McAllister here, 685 McAllister, that I don't know what it is, but it was in yesterday's entry too, and it's the same. We don't know any reference to that. Carl Street, we went to that one, right? 323. Yeah, we went to this one. 243 Carl. Let's just verify. That should be no one's. That should be they don't have any relative. $323. I have no relative. Okay. All right. So we've just got. What is this San Rafael 338? Why does it want us to go to 338 instead of looking up travel? That's a little weird to me. Like if you look at this, normally when you travel and you saw that Clue 100 tells you how to travel places from how much to go to how much. But then, and San Jose has a 100. San Mateo has a 100. San Rafael says 338, though. Sausalito says 338. So what is that all about? Let's look up 338. I was just using the travel chart. I don't know why I would go to 338. I see. If before 2 o'clock, go to Clue 110. If after 2 o'clock, go to 100. So 100 is the normal travel after 2 o'clock. What happens if you get here before 2 o'clock? You go to 110. What is 110? That's weird. So 100 is the travel chart. What's 110? Due to an accident at the Marin launching dock, all car ferries have been delayed until 2:30. The ferryman recommended coming back then because no ferries are authorized to leave before that time. I mumble obscenities under my breath. Time 30 minutes. Okay, so it doesn't let you travel to San Rafael or Sausalito before 2 p.m. That's fine. That's irrelevant for us because it was past 2 p.m. But that's an interesting thing. We got to pay attention to that. Okay. Well, that was a... yeah, that's... Let's see. Are any of our informants these two addresses, 14th or 15th Avenue? No. we've only got 4 places we haven't been. In addition to the jewelry tracking stuff. And then there was an occasional ranch that we could have gone to. If we go to the Paisley Ranch now, late at night, let's see what we get. 3:33. If it's after 2, go to 2:37. That's what we did before, but I guess we did both of these. All right, so if we go to 2:37, we've seen before. It's where we find Ruiz all dead and beaten up. There's a drop of blood on the needle. I push the plunger and deposit some of the contents on my finger. It has a sharp smell. I'm sure we'll find this has something to do with Fergusley's strange action. That's the horse that killed Ruiz. I wrap it in my handkerchief, which I place in my pocket. There's nothing I can help with, and I don't feel like being asked a lot of questions for which I have no answers. Okay, so the only places we didn't go are 14th Avenue and 15th Avenue, plus McAllister, which is the same as before, some unknown thing. And then this place in San Mateo. Let's see if we go to the fiancée again. She was 314. If it's after 3 o'clock, go to 166. That's what we did last time. So we didn't get the 2 early places, which seems like they're not going to be relevant. And then we don't get the race. If we go to the racetrack at 308, if it's after 2 o'clock, go to 322. Okay, we didn't do that one before, so we're going there at night. We're going to see what that says. 322. This is like if you missed the race, I guess. 322. Yep, you missed the main race. Some folks might have been surprised, but I knew Sundowner would win. I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunity to see him again. Time 1 hour, 30 minutes. All right, so we've come to the end of our second playthrough of day 2, having found almost nothing, but having worn out some shoe leather tracking down Nelson's. At least we've narrowed it down to a few where no one's answering the door. We're going to have to play this day again and go do the jewelry heist thing again and trace. This time we're going to get in the car and try to follow one of the robbers. We're also hoping to find these 14th and 15th Avenue clues and figure out what those are. All right, end of our second playthrough of day 2. A little unusual, a little odd. Mostly dead ends, mostly just knocking on doors. But we'll stop here, and I'll see you when we redo day 2 for the 3rd time. We're back, and we're continuing our playthrough of Gumshoe. We're on July 4th. This is the 2nd day of the campaign, and this is our 3rd playthrough of this day. There's not much left to do. To remind you, we spent most of our 2nd playthrough visiting people with the last name Nelson to see if maybe they were related to our guy Harry Nelson, who we're trying to catch coming off the train, who escaped from us. In the break, I did identify 2 more places in our clue points, and I want to show you them now. The first one is 750 14th Avenue. There are only a few locations that we're not sure what they are, but 750 14th Avenue, I realized, was also on yesterday, 750 14th Avenue, and it was actually the home of the detective, our friend, who got killed. So I looked this up again. So if you look him up in the telephone pages, Howard Black was his name. If you look Howard Black up, you get .750 14th Avenue, which is that address, and we can read it here. 750 14th Avenue is 318. Let's read it together. Blackie's apartment is a lot like mine. Bare, functional, 2 chairs, a lamp stand beside one chair. A newspaper lies on a footrest by the chair with the lamp. The ashtrays are all full. There's a bed, unmade, with a bottle on the nightstand, 2 glasses, unused, a not-so-clean shot glass next to the bottle. There's a small photo of a pretty young woman and a little girl in a wood frame. They both have the same blonde hair. His closets have a couple of shirts, a brown suit, a wool jacket, a couple of pairs of shoes, worn. A battered dresser under a mirror has an array of circular stains where years of bottles, glasses, and cups have been set down on the wood. 30 cents in pennies, a collar button, a matchbox from the Hunters, and a spare car key are in a cracked porcelain dish on top. The bureau contains underwear, a couple of collars, a sweater, a box of 38 caliber bullets. Bottom drawer for dirty laundry. So if you remember that PI, the one that looks like Cary Grant, the one that got killed protecting Scott Hayes, his daughter and wife were killed in a car accident. That was the photo on the nightstand. Okay, so that we already knew about. That was 750 14th Avenue. And then there's another address I recognize now. It's the last address in San Mateo that we didn't know what it was. This is 452 Barneson, which wasn't in yesterday, but what I realized was I did look up. If you remember, on our first day, we paid a guy $100, the bookie, and he came back with a list of 4 people that he thinks would have reason to want to kill Scott Hayes. They were Frank Mirabelli, who's a gangster, one of the gang lords. His address is 608 Elizabeth Street. That's not in here. The other one was T.C. Van Ness, which the lawyer, who we've already visited with several times. The next one is a person named Junos Marius. That's J.F. Fats Marius, the other gang lord person. And we actually did find his address today by tracking him to 24 California. But the last one, who we don't know who he is named Eddie Krell. And he's not in San Francisco, but I did find him in San Mateo, where the horse ranch is. And his address is 452 Barneson, which is this other address. So we don't know anything about him except we know that he's on this list. So if we visit him at 411, it says, Mr. Krell isn't here. I'm his foreman. Can I help you? Can you tell me where he is? Buenos Aires. Argentina? Yeah, he goes there every year to buy horses. Won't be back for another 6 weeks. When did he leave? Last week of May. Have you heard of the Hayes murder? The corners of his mouth turn upward ever so slightly. Yeah, that'll make the boss happy. Terrible thing to say, but they hated each other. Mr. Krell thought that Hayes was just a dilettante, been trying to get his ranch for years. Have any idea who might want Hayes dead? No, I didn't have any dealings with him. He and the boss had a big blowout in March. I thought the boss might kill him, but he sure has an alibi for this one. Okay, so Eddie Krell is a horse competitor. We'll just make a note. This is the first time we've learned about him. But he has an alibi out of town in Argentina. Well, that just gives him an alibi for actually committing the murder, but we already know these were professional hitmen. So it's still possible that he's involved, although from the actions at the betting racetrack and with Romeo Ruiz, It really looks like it's that Marius guy, who is also on this list. All right, so in fact, that takes care of almost everyone, almost all of our lists. We do want to go back and see if we can follow the other path of those jewelry heists. There are still two addresses here that I don't know what they're for. One is 411 15th Avenue, which we could peek at and see if it's anything. It would be nice to figure out what it was, but it just says no one's home. So I don't know what that one's about. I don't know where that came from, whether it's a clue we overlooked or not. We'll have to figure it out at some point. But for now, it's not important. And maybe it'll come up when we do this day's worth of Lindemann Jewelry Store heist clues. So we're beginning the day again. It's flashback to a different detective starting the day. He's also going to respond to the diamond heist by going to 317. If you were watching this on a TV, you'd be like, oh, finally we're going to find out what's going on with the jewelry heist, maybe. So 317, I walk a couple of short blocks to Lindemann's and see a swarm of black squad cars parked at various angles blocking the street and each other. Lanza struts back and forth with bullhorn in hand. I spot my old friend McGreedy and I'm headed over to say hello when the doors burst outward and several men pour out amid the confusion which Lanza is so good at creating. They jump into cars and speed away amidst shouts and bullets. Several cop cars manage to untangle themselves without any serious mishaps and hightail it after the jewel thieves. McGreedy is only a few paces away. He shouts above the din, "Hop in, Gumshoe, I could use the company." So if you want to hop in with McGreedy, go to clue 197, which is what we're going to do. Which we did before. We did this on day one. So let's go to 197. I jump in next to the sergeant. I'm barely able to get my foot in the door before the squad car screeches away from the curb and takes off down the street, silent wailing. Other police cars lend their voices to the din, and we go up post following 3 cars used by the robbers. So 3 cars used by the robbers. Let's 197 Lindemann car chase. We've done this before, but let's write this down. So 3 cars. Okay. We gain on them as we streak after, tires squealing as we turn right and go up Stockton, across Stutter and into the Stockton Tunnel, which we traced was somewhere in here. Somewhere this way was going to the Stockton Tunnel, I believe. McGreedy has almost brought us up behind the last car when the driver suddenly seems to slam on the brakes, putting his car into a spinning skid nearly blocking the tunnel. So the last car, he's sort of blocking it so we can't get to the others. McGreedy is only, forcing McGreedy to brake sharply and go partway up the concrete footpath. As I'm checking to see if my head is still attached to my shoulders after cracking into the roof, the crook who was driving the car jumps out of his car, gun pulled. I reach for my rod, but he's blocked by the car. I can see him through the window as he shoots 3 shots into the gas tank of his own car. So last car guy blows up his own car, blocks the others. It explodes in a gush of orange flame and black smoke and sends a gust of warm wind in our direction. I can catch a glimpse of the man's light gray coat and tan shoes running off up the walkway on the other side of the tunnel leading out into Chinatown. So we already did this, if you remember. So writing down that he has gray coat, tan shoes is kind of irrelevant or too late. We already know all this. Now, if you want to follow the man on foot, which is what we did, we go to 188. 188 is foot chase. And then 228 is follow the other cars. Now, since there's nothing else for us to do today, as far as I know, I'm going to pick one, and then if it leads nowhere, we're just going to back up. But let's try chasing the other 2 cars. So go to 228. So now we're going to go to 228, which I'm going to underline here. So this is trying to chase the other cars, but I don't think we're going to be able to because I think it's described that this last car tried to block the way. But let's see what happens. So we're leaving the guy out. Oh, okay. McGreedy has the patrol car started again in an instant. I can get around this mess, he shouts. Hold your breath. Here we go. He takes his car along the raised edge to the walkway, one wheel up and the other down, and we go through the black billowing smoke which fills our lungs and the whole car. Soon we're past the blazing Pontiac. Okay. Pontiac is what he shoots. Did it say what color it was in 197? In case it's relevant. Okay. The driver suddenly slams on the brake. 3 doesn't say. Okay. Let's get back to our quote. Soon we're past the blazing Pontiac. I can just see the two other fleeing autos at the end of the Stockton tunnel ahead of us. The one in the lead is a brown Hudson. So there's a brown Hudson. There's the Pontiac. Got blown up. The one in the lead is a brown Hudson with just the driver. The second one is a black Cadillac with 2 men. One driver. And then there's a black Cadillac with 2 men in it. I can see the white face of the guy in the back seat looking through the rear window. Guy in a back seat. One in back. He's white. These guys are brave, if not terrific drivers. An old Ford truck ends up climbing the curb as they shoot ahead of him, sending his load of watermelons, probably meant for the fireworks tonight, rolling down the hill. McGreedy's radio is curiously silent. Don't you want some backup? Can I call him? I ask. Damn thing's busted. Meant to take a different car after the holidays, all he says. With these clowns tearing down the street, we should get some help for long. The crooks hang a left onto Broadway, and we're up and over Russian Hill in a crazy, brake-wrecking, rubber-burning, clutch-busting chase. We're just able to keep them in sight as the car heads up Van Ness, nearly tipping over as it makes the right turn. The Cadillac goes through the stop, cuts across the traffic, and goes left on Van Ness. Which do you want? Follow the Hudson or follow the Cadillac? Car chase continued. Okay, so we can either follow the Hudson, 224, or follow the Cadillac, 199. But before we do that, let's see if we can't map this out. The sergeant has his foot pushed down to the floor, and the powerful engine moves us through the tunnel, wildly colored by the flaming car behind us. We are temporarily alone, and then we burst into the sun and head straight up Stockton. The guys are brave, if not terrific drivers. Okay, the crooks hang a left onto Broadway, and we're up and over Russian Hill. And then they hit Van Ness. We're heading straight up Stockton. All right, let's see if we can find this. We know what's happening all in here. There's Stockton. There's Stockton right there. Going this way. Can't exactly see the tunnel. Oh, there's a tunnel right there. It says tunnel. It's a little dashed line right here. There's the Stockton Tunnel. So we go through the tunnel. crooks hang a left onto Broadway. There's Broadway right there. So they go through the tunnel, hang a left onto Broadway. We're up and over Russian Hill. There's Russian Hill right there. Okay. Up and over Russian Hill. Heads up Van Ness. Alright, where's Van Ness now? There's Broadway. Isn't Van Ness a big street? There's Van Ness. Okay. So they go down Broadway, they hit Van Ness. Heads off up Van Ness, nearly tipping over as it makes a right turn. The Cadillac goes through the stop, cuts off the traffic, and goes left on Van Ness. Broadway. Russian Hill. So we hit Van Ness. Hang on, left on about, okay. Just so it heads up, off, up Van Ness, nearly tipping. The Cadillac goes through the stop and goes left on this. So I guess it's saying that they're going in two different directions. I think one is going, is that right? Yeah, one is going left on Van Ness and one is going right on Van Ness. Okay, well we're gonna do both of these. So it's just a question of which one first. Let's follow the Hudson. Which one? The Cadillac is going left. And the Hudson is going right. Right, let's follow the Hudson right up towards the north of San Francisco. So 224. And let me make a note here. 228 can go to 224 or 199. We're going to 224. Let's get the lead car. Hardly have I spoken when I feel my stomach rebel as we hit the right turn, speeding up to try to overcome the Hudson's lead. McGreedy stops our skid and we straighten out in time to see the brown car hit green, barreling on. We seem to be gaining on him when he cuts across the median right into the oncoming traffic, then hangs a left onto Union. McGreedy performs two miracles which keep a busload of nuns among the living and spares a couple in a coupe, but we plow into a fire plug on the corner of Union and Van Ness, sending a water spout into the air and us practically into shock as we halt, the patrol car ruined. Great choice, Op. So he didn't like that. Union and Van Ness. So we hit here. We hit some fire truck. Lost him there. Okay. So we lost him. Okay. Now we imagine we did the other thing. We went left to follow the Cadillac. 199. Let's go left. They're closer, and the jewels will be where more than one can watch them. That's for sure. McGreedy shows why he was one of the first Frisco cops to get a car by cutting through the pileup at the corner, sirens screaming, taking off after the Cadillac. Right turn on McAllister, left on Divisadero. So let's see. Right turn on McAllister. He went left on Van Ness, right? Mark the other one we read. 224. Okay. Right turn on McAllister. Where's McAllister? There's McAllister here. Okay, so the car zooms down. We're following it. Makes a right on McAllister. Here. Down here, makes a right on McAllister. Then left on Divisadero, which is all the way over here. So it makes it right here. Okay. Then right on Haight, down to here, makes a right this way. Left on Clayton. Left on Clayton. Okay. Right on Carl. Down here. Okay. Right on Judah. Where's Carl? Where's Judah? Cole, Stanton, Willard, Avenues. Where are the avenues? Oh, here, it's Judah's over here. Right on Judah. Here's Judah. Okay, maybe this way. Okay, right on Judah. Left on Sunset Boulevard. No, I got lost. There's Judah. Right on Judah. Left on Sunset Boulevard. And then it says they practically make it to the Fleischhacker party the hard way. Well, the Fleischhacker is all the way down here. So, where's Sunset Boulevard? How did it get down to there? All right, let's back up. Right on Carl. So they're on Clayton. They make a right onto Carl. Right on Judah. There's Judah. I don't know how it means you make a right onto Judah. We're already there. Okay, right on Judah. Left on Sunset Boulevard. Look up when it says Sunset Boulevard. As Sunset Boulevard is I-3. I-3. Sunset Boulevard. Alright, so you must go all the way down Judah. Left on Sunset Boulevard to Skyline Boulevard. Just somewhere in here. That's slope, but it's got to be like there or something. Practically made it to the Fleischhacker party the hard way. We roared down Skyline south of Sloat. Okay, so we're down here. Oh, there's Skyline. So we're roaring down Skyline. This street here. It's headed towards here. We roar down Skyline south of Sloat into the ocean bluffs south of the city. Scattered groups of people on holiday picnics look up at the sound of squealing tires and howling sirens. We pass Fort Funson, which is down here. Past the Olympic Club, which is all the way down off the map, basically. And head into San Mateo. All right, so we're going towards San Mateo. McGreedy drives like a man entranced. He's so intent on the caddy's every move that I dare not break into his thought until I see the tough on the passenger side shove a .38 through the window. Look out, I yell. McGreedy pulls the car slightly to the left as the shot whizzes by my window. The driver up ahead guns the car. We're losing him. McGreedy guns the patrol car as the caddy screeches around a curve. We almost don't make it. We almost don't make it. We begin to spin, but McGreedy straightens out the car and gives chase once again. He pushes the throttle to the floor and we begin to close the gap. 2 more shots are fired from up ahead. We're getting closer. I can now see the flame and the burst of smoke. I can almost see the man's eyes close as he aims, hanging out of the right window. Wham! A shot has hit the right post next to the windshield of McGreedy's car. I don't like the thought of what would have happened if I had been out there shooting back, or if the windshield had been shattered by that bullet. We pick up a little escort outside of Thornton as 2 local patrol cars appear behind us. So we're now actually on this other map, headed towards San Mateo. So we went down through there, and now we're coming this way down here. We pick up a little escort outside Thornton. See if you can find Thornton. We're headed towards San Mateo. I'm not sure. Oh, there's Thornton right there. So outside Thornton, we're chasing him on the highway now. We pick up a little escort outside of Thornton as 2 local patrol cars appear behind us. The driver ahead really steps on it, and then we roar along past Miramar Road. Okay. Some cops from Colma join in the fun as 2 more cars squeal onto Skyline from San Pedro Road. So it's 6 cars that are speeding down Skyline now. We scream past the Coast Highway exit and Chinese Cemetery Road. I'm not sure where that is, but we're getting down this way. As we round a curve somewhere south of Sneath Road North. Oh yeah, there's Sneath Road. Okay, so we just passed that. One of the cars from Colma blows out a rear tire. Fortunately, he's next to last, and his buddy behind him is a good driver. He's able to slow down in a hurry and stays with the disabled car. The 3 of us speed onward. Just as I'm wondering how it will all end, we come up to Sneath Road South. Okay. The jewel thieves step on it, and then, with a tremendous screech of rubber, they whirl around and fishtail down Sneath Road towards San Bruno. We begin to turn after them, but just then they hit a large pothole. There's a sharp, ugly, metallic crack. The car sloughs off the road and plows down a scrub-covered embankment. It runs up a tiny hillock, then dives nose first into a bank of scrubby oaks overgrown with underbrush. The vehicle rests there for a few seconds, then erupts into a huge blossom of orange flame. McGreedy and the other cops slam on their brakes and pull over to the side of the road. We get out and a horrible wavering scream assaults our ears for a few seconds, then suddenly is cut off. 8 pairs of eyes peer at the inferno trying to catch any sign of life, but the blistering wave of heat from the wreckage keeps us looking at it for too long. Even though we're a good 150 feet uphill, the surrounding brush begins to catch fire. There's nothing we can do. We have to wait for the firemen. More police cars come in response to the radio calls, and the cops join our silent vigil. Finally, an enormous hook and ladder truck chugs up the hill from San Bruno, and a crew of heavily clothed firemen drag a huge hose down the embankment and blast the wreckage with it. Within a few minutes, the flames are gone, and there's a charred hulk of a Cadillac on a smoldering circle of underbrush, like some macabre entree at a fancy French restaurant. Heat waves still ripple from the tortured metal of the car. We sit and say very little as the sun sinks behind the hills to our left. I kick myself for getting into this mess. Nothing can possibly be left alive in the car, and I have no interest in the long, drawn-out, excruciatingly thorough investigation of the wreck that's sure to come. It's a dead end as far as I'm concerned, but I can't get back. I came here with McGreedy, and that's how I'll have to leave. And to make things even worse, it'll be another half hour before anyone can get near the still smoldering car. Finally, we clamber down the embankment and peer into the wreck. It's hard to see in the shadow of the hills, but an electric torch brought down by one of the Thornton cops convinces us of the unbelievable. There's only one body in the car. I come very close to getting sick as two of the more hardened cops pry open the door and pull out the stiff, blackened hull of what was once a man. The stench of burnt flesh and hair is sickening. We search the wreck thoroughly and find that the passenger door is not latched. There's no sign of anyone thrown clear, but then again, all the underbrush has been burned away. Several of the cops, especially some recent arrivals from San Bruno, are interested in trying to pick up the trail of the second occupant of the Cadillac, despite the falling light. Okay, and it says the time is now 4:45. So we spent the entire day on that chase and then waiting for the fire trucks. Okay, so the Cadillac, one died, one escaped. So we got a choice here. This is at 199. One died, one escaped. We can go back to the city. Back to the city, which is 190. Or join the foot search for this guy, which is 230. All right, let's make a note here. I went to 199, which gives us 190 or 230. Now, if we go back 190, surely that's something we've seen before. It's just going back, no? Let's look at what 190 would be. McGreedy is clearly anxious to get back. We climb into the patrol car and wind our way back to Skyline Boulevard toward the city. I can see occasional glints of fires off the road, and some wisps of smoke rise above the woods bordering the road from the fires we can't see. A lot of people building fires on private lands, I mumble to the cop. Yeah, I know, they're probably trespassing, but July 4th is only once a year. I don't want to bring anyone in unless they're starting forest fires. We got to get back. McGreedy has gotten real sour on something. I can't figure out whether it's the hideously burnt body or the escape of the other robber that set him off. Or perhaps he's annoyed that some other police department is now hot on the case while he has to report back up in the city. I don't really feel like questioning him. He's getting more and more impatient with the holiday drivers as we get closer and it gets later. Finally, we zoom past Lake Merced and head back to the heart of the city. McGreedy lets me off downtown. I thank him for having me along, and he smiles and says, "You're welcome." I think he means it, too. So that would be 6 p.m. if we did that. So that's going back. All right. So we looked at 190, and now we're just going to rewind the clock and do the 230 thing. I'm not going to play this game all over just to see this other thing. All right, 230, we're going to look for the... We're going to imagine we're playing this whole game again. We're looking at this alternate reality, chasing the car. Now there's a body missing from the Cadillac. One killed in the fiery crash, but one escaped. Here we go. I thank McGreedy for letting me tag along, and he climbs back up the hill into his patrol car and zooms back up the skyline. Meanwhile, I join the cops in tramping around with electric torches looking for some clue. Finally, one of the San Bruno cops finds it, a freshly made trail through the vegetation. A burnt scrap of clothes hangs from a branch about 4 feet above the crushed plants. One of the cops looks at me kind of funny and says, "You sure you want to go along? This isn't a picnic. We're stalking a vicious criminal who's armed and ready to use what he's carrying." I growl at him, "Yeah, he's got a 38. He's trying to plug McGreedy in me." Okay. So the escape guy has a 38. I don't know how our guy knows that. He recognized the gun shooting at me. He was trying to plug McGreedy in me. "Look, I'm a private dick now, but I used to be a cop. I can take care of myself." The cop looks like he's sorry he ever brought that up. The trail has been rough. We've been pushing hard through scrub oak and manzanita. I'm amazed that someone who had been in that bad of a smash-up could keep going. All of a sudden, the undergrowth stops and the redwoods begin. The trail gets harder to follow, but we notice a slump of broken redwood branches. We head for that and then discover that our search is over. A narrow ravine leads downwards from where we stand. 20 feet away is the body of a man around 50, 5 foot 10 inches with a brown receding hair. Our quarry, unless bodies in the woods are becoming commoner. He must have been thrown clear of the wreck. He's not badly burned. "Wonder what he died of," murmured a cop. "The body is cooling. He must have been dead a few hours." We turn over the body and notice a nasty bruise with blood around the edges on the right side of his head. Blotches of red spot in his shirt and deep scratches score his face. Quickly we search his pockets. No ID, no wallet, no gun, nothing. More to the point, no jewels. We look around a bit more and discover in the dim light that there's a broken trail of ferns about 5 feet, 10 inches wide coming from the benchland above the ravine. We all race up there and find another body, a young man in collegiate clothing, about 19 or 20. He has a gaping wound in his chest, right near the heart, with no powder burns. Obviously a medium-range gunshot. We search his pockets. No jewels, no guns, but there's a wallet. Samuel Thacker. Says the Stanford student ID card. On-campus address. Well, it's a shame, but no one's paid me to pay attention to Palo Alto kids. We look around for further trails. It's too dark to see anything by this time, and none of us are very keen on chasing after someone who has a gun and may use it. Besides, these guys all have to fill out their reports. I let them be. I've been through enough, and anything I've missed can come off the reports. So, it continues. I guess I'll read the rest here. I walk back up the hill, and I'm just in time to see Captain Lanza and his patrol car pull up along with a group of ambulance boys in an SFPD meat wagon. Lanza struts out and begins yelling, both to his men and to other cops waiting by their cars. "Get that body in the car." Several of the other cops start yelling too, and there's a 5-minute jurisdictional dispute. Lanza, trumpeting that the city has the most advanced coroner's labs, wins out. All of a sudden he sees me. "What the hell are you doing here? Trying to pick up some clients from the other side of the law?" I smile as sweetly as I can and tell him about the 2 bodies further down in the woods. It's news to everyone there, but Lanza is the first to act. He barks at his men and they hightail it down the slope with flashlights and stretchers. I can imagine the hubbub when he interrupts the cops who are still down there filling out the reports. I don't need to see it. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, 2 sheet-covered bodies have joined the crash victim in the back of the police wagon. The other cops are plenty angry, but there's little they can do. Lanza had what was needed there first as usual. This sort of petty bickering always bothers me. I and every other op I've known has always had trouble with police rivalry. If we worked together more, a lot fewer crimes would go unsolved. His car goes secure. Lanza strides over to me. "Thanks a lot, Gumshoe. We should get to the bottom of this heist in no time, especially now that we don't have to rely on those clowns down the peninsula for lab reports. If I can do anything to help you out, let me know." I think a few minutes. Telling Lanza of the bodies in the woods had zeroed my chances of hitching a ride with any of the other cops. "Since you mention it," I begin, And 5 minutes later, I'm riding in Lanza's patrol car back to the city. And sets the clock at 8 p.m. Okay, so this was a bit convoluted. We find a trail from the thrown car. We find the ravine. 20 feet away is the body of a man around 50. 5'10", brown receding hair. Our quarry. Okay. So it says he's 5'10", brown hair, 50 years old. Okay, the body is cooling. He must have been dead a few hours because we waited for the car to cool down and then we tracked this trail, so it's been a while. We turn over the body. He's got a nasty bruise with blood around the edges of the right side of his head. Blotches of red on his shirt. Deep scratches score his face. This is 2:30. And a mark that we've seen this. Okay, so he's bloodied and bruised. Okay. No ID, no wallet, no gun, and no jewels. We look around more. We find a broken trail coming up from benchland above the ravine. We go up there and we find another body. A college kid. He's got a gaping wound in his chest, right near his heart, with no powder burns. Medium range gunshot. We find his name, the kid, dead. Samuel Thacker. So I think they're saying that that guy we came across is not our escapee, right? I think these are just two men that stumbled across him because his gun's nowhere to be found. So this isn't our guy. This is another victim with nothing. So still escaped is our second guy in the Cadillac, I believe is what it's saying. So that was huge. All right, now we're going to rewind and take another day where we track down, where we go on that foot chase. So we go first to the jewelry house. If you remember, this is, I'll show you. We go to the jewelry house, we get in the jewelry store, we get in the car to go to 197. And then there was a crash, the guy shot his car, and he went on foot. So recently we tracked the other cars. Now we're going to go back to the foot chase. So we're going to go to 187 now. Sorry, 188. We're chasing the guy on foot. I jump out of the police car and hurry past the burning getaway car, following my quarry down from the tunnel out into the bustle of Chinatown. I see him rushing through the Chinese throng, past grocery stalls and vegetable stands. He's less than a block ahead. I can't tell if he knows he's being followed, but he hasn't slowed down a bit. Fedoras are pretty common on the streets of Chinatown, but this guy's a good head above the rest, and his light gray coat frames his shoulders quite well. I pump my legs as hard as I can, but I don't seem to be able to gain on him. He turns right onto Sacramento. As I get to the corner and turn after him, I can see his dark fedora, gray coat, and tan shoes turning left down Waverly. I sprint after him, but by the time I get there, he's nowhere to be seen. So you want to continue, we go to 220, which we did this before. So we're going to keep looking for him, certainly. I peer through the open door of the tiny shop. The old man behind the counter is folding laundry. Did you see a man run by a few minutes ago, I guess? The old man only looks up at me, waves his arm, almost as thin as chicken legs you see in the shop windows. No English, go. I try again, taking a fiver from my pocket, holding it out, but he gets very animated, shakes his chicken arms at me, and shouts in a loud voice up at me, Englishy, no. Go, no, Betty. This seems to exhaust his vocabulary. If you want to continue down Waverly, go to clue 235, which we did before too. The 4th of July in Chinatown is a curious combination of business as usual and youthful celebration. Most shops are busy and crowded, while the youth are eager to embrace any excuse for celebration, and the night air will be full of the sound and smoke of fireworks. Waverly looks much as it always does. There is less hustle and bustle than on Grant or Stockton, but the street is busy nonetheless. 3 men are unloading a truck in front of the Bow Wow Club Company, and 2 of them are in the process of picking up several tins strewn on the sidewalk while they all chatter excitedly. Hello, did you see a man run by here a minute ago? He ran right into me and knocked me down. Did you see which way he went? Twin Dragons. Didn't stop or even say sorry. Thanks. If you want to go to the Twin Dragons, which we do, go to 182. All right, here's where we did this differently. So this time, last time we went in here, I wait for a minute to catch my breath before I step into the dimness of the Twin Dragons. I've been here a few times with Sammy Fung, but not enough to know the regulars. When I enter, the only customers are 3 men sitting at the bar. 2 of them are white, and they are both wearing tan shoes. Coat and hat hooks stretch down the left-hand wall. There are 3 hats. 2 of them are dark fedoras. 3 jackets hang nearby. One is the light gray color I've been chasing. Of the other 2, one is dark brown and the other is black. I take a stool at the end of the bar and order a beer. There is no conversation among the patrons or with the bartender. I try to inconspicuously study the 2 white men, but their faces tell me little. One of them drains his glass, leaves 2 bits in the bar, and walks over to hats and coats hanging on the wall. My muscles tighten as I wait to see which jacket he takes. He puts on a dark fedora and takes the dark brown jacket. I breathe a sigh of relief as I narrow my man down to the one sitting 4 stools away. My relief is short-lived, however. What if he took the other jacket to intentionally mislead me? So when we first played this on day 1, we stayed at the place thinking that the guy wouldn't have taken someone else's jacket because it would be too big a risk. But this time we are going to follow the man's leaving with the bad jacket because we know he's taken a false jacket to throw us off a trail. So now we go to 34. 34. I have a hunch this guy's up to something and decide to stick with him. He goes back up Waverly towards Sacramento and turns left. He's keeping a casual pace. I'm beginning to doubt my hunch. But as he turns right onto Grant, he takes a furtive look back at me, and the pointedness of that look is all the convincing I need that this is my man. His pace quickens. I'm going to write foot chase here. His pace quickens as he moves down Grant amidst the throngs of the Chinese, and I'm having a hard time keeping him in sight. I manage, however, to see him enter the Club Shanghai. While I'm still full block behind. At the infamous Club Shanghai, I've been in... the infamous Club Shanghai. I've been in there one time too many. I'm not so sure I could make it twice. So time 30 minutes. So we can either enter, which goes to 140, or stake it out, which goes to 177. So I'm going to make a note here. 34 goes to either 140 or 177. Well, let's stake it out first. Let's stake it out first, and then we'll backtrack and go in. So we're going to stake it out at 177. I find a convenient doorway across the street and settle my back against the hard, cold tiles for what I hope will not be a lengthy stay. I keep checking my watch, but the more I look at it, the slower the hands seem to move. After an hour and a half, I begin to wonder if maybe this guy didn't make an exit out the back. Perhaps I'm wasting my time here. So advance the clock 1 hour 30 minutes. If you want to continue surveillance, go to 225. Okay, so 177 goes to 225. Let's see what 225 says. Another 20 minutes passes, and I'm just about to pack it in when I see my man come out of the Shanghai. He moves steadily down Grant, about a dozen heads in front of me, but he seems relaxed. He turns right on Sutter, and I see him moving along. I let him move a little further ahead as the crowd thins. He continues along Sutter, past the Holland House, then across Stockton, turning right again on Powell. I slow when he stops to pick up a paper. He seems to be getting a little more cautious. Perhaps he's near his goal. Going up Powell. I guess we got to trace this route here then. So he's at the Shanghai Club. Let's see if we can get an address on that. The Shanghai. Not quite. Okay, he turns right on Sutter, past Holland House. Let's see, where's Sutter? Sutter is D11. So let's take a look here. D11. There's Sutter Street. Okay. Across Stockton. It's right in the middle of Chinatown. Okay, so there's Stockton. Goes past Stockton. Then he goes up Powell. Kearney. Let's see. There's Powell. Okay, so it's coming this way. It goes past Stockton to Powell. Going up Powell. Going this way. Perhaps he's near his goal. Going up Powell, the man in the hat with the tan shoes picks up his pace and is soon forcing me to move with less than the optimum care. But I get to Pine and Powell just a little after him, and I follow him right along Pine. Where's Pine? Is that a bush? Oh, there's Pine right there. Okay. Powell just a little after him. I follow him right along Pine until he stops outside the apartment building at number 737. 737 Pine. Along Pine. It says, so clue number 225 followed to 737 Pine. That's pretty huge. He stops outside the apartment building. It's number 737. He looks back in my direction, then the other way up the street. He then goes inside. And then we've got a question. Do we want to follow inside? I mean, surely we do. So 232, we're going to follow him inside. Alright, we're going to make a note here. So we went to 225, which then brought us to 232. We're going to go inside this building. I enter the building and catch sight of his tan shoes just going back around the landing 1 floor above me. The lobby is very Spartan, just 2 doors and a little wooden bench under a broken mirror opposite. Number 1 on the right. A separate stairwell leads down at the rear of the main staircase. I pause quietly, listening to him take the stairs with a steady rhythm, then make my way to the stairs and begin to climb. I'm greeted by a very loud squeak the second my foot touches the first step on the first landing halfway up to the 2nd floor. The man I'm following halts. I can't see him from where I stand. About a minute passes, then he continues to climb. I hear a door open and close. From the sound and the position of the numbers on the door off the first upstairs floor, I'm pretty sure he's entered room number 22. I pull my gun from its holster and creep up to 22. Something tells me I'm not dumb enough to go breaking the place in when I've got myself a guy who used his gun back at the tunnel and knows he was followed for at least a while after the robbery. I look for another way. I see a ladder on the wall of the landing leading up to the roof. I take it, climb up quietly, and stand up on top. I move across the tar paper roof until I'm at the side of the building. I look down and see that I can lower myself to the ledge, and the ledge is wide enough to stand on. I do it. I can peer through the dirty window of the apartment, and I can see the guy warily eyeing the door, a pistol in one hand, as he throws clothes into a small suitcase on his bed. Looking down over the ledge, I can't help but feel that if he's going to leave anyway, I'd do better to see the apartment after he's gone or to follow him when he leaves. I climb back up the way I came and leave the building. Outside the front door, I study the names on the mailbox. Room 22 belongs to a Clifford Burke. Sounds like we got the name of one of our jewel thieves. I move a few yards away where I can less conspicuously keep an eye on the door. I don't have to wait long before Mr. Burke comes out carrying a small suitcase. If you want to break into the apartment, so if you want to break in, it's 304. If you want to follow, it's 290. Wow. It's just crazy how these things continue and continue and continue and keep branching. So 232, we have two choices. We can go 304 or 290. I figure we follow him because we can always go back to this location, right? So let's follow him at 290. This was 232. So we're going to follow him to 290. He walks at a normal pace down the alley until he gets to Bush. I make my way as quickly as I can, but I try to walk quietly too. I don't think he'd appreciate hearing running footsteps on his trail. I see him turning left down Powell when I get to Bush. He's carrying his bag in his right hand, but he doesn't look very relaxed. He surprises me by jumping into the cable car going down Powell. I can't jump in, but the car doesn't have far to go before the end of the line. I follow him down Powell until he passes the Sir Francis Drake Hotel. He gets off at Post. All right, let's see. Where's Powell? So he's taking Powell down to the end of the line, which is Post. Where do you think Post is? There's Powell. Oh, it's right near us, so he didn't take it very far. All right. He gets off at Post and then cuts across Union Square to Geary. Cuts across Union Square to Geary. There's Jefferson Square. Oh, well, there's Geary. It's the same damn thing. Okay. I've caught up now, but have to weave through the summer's evening crowds who have assembled in the heart of the shopping area, keeping his hat in sight. Here he's not nearly as prominent as in Chinatown, so I move in on him. I take off my own hat to make me less obvious if he's watching. He goes down Stockton, crossing over to the other side of the street at O'Farrell. Okay, so let's see. There's Stockton. There's O'Farrell. Forget which one we're using for here, but okay. Crossing over the other street at O'Farrell. He crosses Market and then 4th Street. There's Market. So he's headed down this way. He crosses Market, then 4th Street. I come up pretty close to him as he goes into the Burlington Trailways. Bus lines. He makes his way to the ticket window. I can hear him ask, which bus leaves first, the Reno, Sacramento, or Seattle? The Reno bus leaves in 5 minutes, sir, says the woman. Okay, so he gets on the bus to Reno only because it's quickest. It's not like he's got someplace in Reno. One, he says, pushing a few bills across the door. He leaves the window and goes around to the platform where the bus is already loading. He takes his bag to the door. I have to decide if I have anything on him that I could use if I try to stop him. Pretty slim, but I should be able to figure out who he is, and I do know where he's going. I don't go after him, but I watch as the Dissy liner pulls out. I guess that's the name of the thing. D-I-E-S-E liner bus. Okay, so we let him go and moved it to 6 p.m. That's fine. Okay, let's see what happens if we were to have broke in to the place at 3:04. Instead, we let him go and broke in. I knock on the door to 22. No answer. I put my shoulder to the door and force. The door gives easily and I'm in the apartment. It's empty. There are practically no traces of the occupant except a mattress with some grayish sheets and some newspapers. The closets have been cleaned out, but the 3 forlorn coat hangers suggest there wasn't much for the occupant to pack. 25 minutes and we got fingerprint. So 3:04 is the jewel guy. Fingerprint. Clue 76. Okay, let's check out 76. 76 is a set of fingerprints. 6 fingerprints. Are they all of one person? Nope, they're different types. So let me show you what they are. Two hours to fingerprint that place. All right, so we've got a bunch of fingerprints here that we would like to classify. That's a bit of work involved here. All right, so clue 76, 6 fingerprints. This might be the house of all the guys. Apartment of jewel thief. All right, well, let's see if we can classify these. If we go back and take that. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. This first one here is a whirl. Remember, we look at the first thing, then we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to this. So I think that means this is a W5. Again, we look at the delta, the upper delta, and we count 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a W4. Count the delta to the, look at the upper delta, and we count 1. This is W5. 1, I believe. Here's another whirl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is W5. This is a loop. The loop we count from the center of the loop to the delta. 1, 2. I think this is an L2. That's the first loop, so I'm not 100% sure. We may have to recalculate it. This one again, there's the delta, that dot, and there's the core. So I believe that's an L1. All right, let's see if we can find these. Let's start with the loops since they're totally new to us. We think we've got an L1 and an L2. Let's see if that's right. So here's our L1s. Let's see if we can identify that. Okay, it looks like that's not quite. I thought that was going to be it. No. Got more here though. Okay, so there's our L1 right there. Okay, so the fingerprints are, let's make a chart of them. So 1, 2, 1, 2. That's that one. All right, now we've got an L2 here. That looks like that to me. Looks like 1179. Can you see that? I think the 1179 is this one here. No, not quite actually. Now when I look at it again. It's close. Let's try again. There it is, 1041. So L2 and 1041. Alright, 1041. Is that the same one as we've seen before, or did we see 1040? Okay, so there are our loops we've classified. And then we got a bunch of whirls here, okay. We've got 2 5s, a 4, and a 1. All right, let's start with our upper left W5. All right, well that's quick. It's this first one right here. Here and here. 1003. Okay, we have another W5, yeah, down here, let's see. Is it this one? 1012? Looks like it to me. Yep, 1012. Okay, those are our 2 W5s. Boy, it goes quick once you get the hang of the fingerprint classification. All right, let's try to match W1 now. It looks like this to me. 1 2 2 1. Yep, 1 2 2 1. All right, that's our W1. Now we've got our W4 in the middle here. Let's see what we got. There it is there. This one and this one. Yeah, 1055. So I'll show you what I did. I did it this way. I made a little chart of them so that if we needed to go and double check and make sure we didn't make a mistake, we'd know we could find it this way. All right, now with that information, let's put our fingerprints back. Now, with that information, we could try to match some mug shots. But I wonder now, where are our notes? We should keep a separate page of all the fingerprints we found, so we know what was our fingerprint. Okay, so the first day we found fingerprint 1040. That was our Ottavio Milani, the chauffeur, and then we got 2 fingerprints that were shooters. Including, okay, and now when we, on day 2, we picked up one of the trail, oh, it was the same trail from this guy. We found his glass was 103. So we know that 103 is our foot chase guy. He's the guy who, what's his name? We found his name on the thing at least. Clifford Burke, we think. Cliff Burke, maybe. But we know that's the guy we trailed because previously when we played this day, we got his prints off of glass. So that's 1003. But we don't know what the rest of these are. Now what we can do before we end this day, otherwise we're ready to end it, is go back to the DMV fingerprints, 428. And let's see if we've got any matches for these other fingerprints. Okay, so 112 is not in our list. 1055 is not in our list. 1221 is. So we got to hit on this one. It's, we're going to say C clue 428. So this is Rick Waters at, what does that say? 508 Scott. 508 Scott Street. And the 1003 is not in our thing here. 508 Scott Street. Okay, 1012 is not. 1041 is. Okay, we got another hit. Oscar Erickson. 718 Masonic Avenue. Now we don't know if they're just previous renters in this apartment. We don't know. And then 1212, we've got another hit. Dolly Fitzgerald. 1106 Bush. 1055 no hit, 1012 no hit. All right, so we found fingerprints of the jewel thief, but he's not in the DMV. We might try to find him in here somewhere. And in fact, we might write down on our list here, on our 76, what these were. This was a W5. In case we want to more easily compare them to mug shots. W5, L2, L1. Fitzgerald is another name that's come up before. Remember, that's the Union guy. I don't remember if his name was, if his wife's name was Dolly. All right, but we found a huge So those fingerprints are huge to tell us who's in that room. Maybe they're working together. And I think we can close up our second day here. I don't think there's much more for us to do. So let's do what we've been doing. Let's read the questions for today without trying to answer them. Questions for today are, and let's make a note, July 4 questions. Who robbed Lindemann Jewelry? And what happened to the jewels stolen? Well, the jewels got away with the car for now. And who robbed them, we don't know, but we've got fingerprints of one of them. All right, so that's the end of day one. This, the end of day 2, July 4th. That was a weird day. We had to play that several times. And we had to do a lot of different staking out. And there was some pretty cool stuff where we did that stakeout. It's a little weird mechanic where we go down one path and then we're backing up and going down a different path. It's quite unusual. And it feels a little unsatisfying, a little like cheating. But I don't know, the other option is you don't see these huge clues. I mean, we would never have gotten that. I assume we would never have gotten that, but it's possible that in subsequent days we will have been able to find that apartment. So let's see about that. But so we have to hold our judgment for future days. But pretty epic, pretty serious. There was huge car chase, fire. Stumbled upon 2 extra murders in the park. I don't know what that's about. Are those more cases for us to figure out? And I hope we get able to trace back that guy's relatives' houses. Maybe in the subsequent day, we can narrow down to the few houses where no one answered the door that might be relatives of Nelson. But yeah, so there we go. End of July 4th. Next up will be July 5th, and we'll see you there.